gonna give her a call again, and then she just added another phone number to the 13-year-old grandson who's possibly with the daughter. Step out with this.
2412.
Veteran crisis hotline's calling in, so they have a female veteran's off her medication. She's at work to Safe Haven. Attacking 12, take a check that one out.
6 Rumble, 2 1 Charlie, take a shot.
Also still stands for time? No. Offender in custody? Temporary with okay. Anyone else close by 50 or something, let me know. First time by. 10-4.
All right, all right, all right. It doesn't even feel. It feels like a dream still. You know what I'm saying? Give me 1 second. Hopefully, StreamYard works with us today because we're definitely gonna have to have multiple tabs open. Uh, so fingers crossed. It was pretty good yesterday. It only froze on me one time.
That's nice.
Yeah, so that was nice. Let me see here. I see a lot of your comments as the show started. Trust me, I think all of us are still waking up today. Um, Still a little punch drunk, I suppose. You know what I'm saying? Just just when you break it all down, like what we did yesterday. When you break it all down, it's just like I think this court hearing is going to be very telling. You know, um, I've heard some different things. I've heard, yesterday we were going from the Idaho government website and idaho.gov, whatever, and it was talking about how um, there would have to be an admission of guilt, uh, and then just a little, not like they needed to like map out how they did the crime or whatever, but a little bit of detail. Overnight, I started looking in it, and I don't know. He might not even have to say anything other than admit guilt to it. So that's going to be interesting to find out at this court hearing today.
Yeah.
Um, and it, I feel so bad for the families um, that they're not going to get. There's steps in grieving, and um, and there's different steps that you have to like get through to get to that grieving process, not closure. I hate the word closure. um but I feel so bad because yes, I saw that too. I feel so bad because well, we got something to talk about that too. Yesterday we were told 3 out of 4 families were cool with it. The way that Steve was talking was that most families were cool with it and reached out to Judge Hippler. And it's kind of interesting because Mr. Mogan came out yesterday and said that he's cool with it. So when 2 out of the 4 families are cool with it, then I listen. If it's the prosecution, you know what I'm saying? If they're going to the families and it's a split decision, then I understand why the prosecution went the way that they did. Um, I feel bad for them, trust me, because they're not going to get the details that they need for that next step to get to the the healing process. But Steve kind of twisted the words a little bit a couple nights ago. I really felt bad because if we're not going to speak for the other families, but if we reach out, if they'll tell you the same thing. We were looking around. Yes, 3 out of 4 families were cool. And then Ben Mogan comes out with that interview yesterday, and that changed everything because it was a 50-50. And so the fact that the whole blindsided, there was no blindsiding. Maybe this is the thing, and maybe there was blindsiding from well, she hasn't came out and made a statement. Only Ben has. So, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, um, and he is part of it too. And if she didn't come out with a statement, because even the Kohbergers came out with a statement through their lawyer. You don't even have to make a statement through your lawyer. You could text Bryan Enton or DM him or something, and he would report it. You know what I'm saying? Maybe she just didn't want to get involved because she didn't know. She didn't know either way at that point, and maybe that's why she didn't make a statement. But Ben did, and the whole blindsided. That's not being blindsided. If you were having this deal being discussed with you and it came down to 50-50, then the prosecution really,
Yeah.
in my opinion, can do as they choose. Because if it's a 50-50, well, then prosecution, do what you feel best. And so I it was a little twisting, but we'll see. I don't know. There was a lot of stuff going that he was trying to get people to reach out to Hitler, Judge Hitler, and social media. I'm sure there are warriors stuck behind him, which all warriors should. And who knows? I just hope it didn't affect anything or change anything in a negative way when it comes to the judge, because I'm sure he was flooded. Let's be honest. He's got a public email address. I'm sure he was flooded with freaking emails, and I just hope nothing happened negatively, because really, when it boils down to it, it was a 50-50. So a lot of the reaching out to Judge Hitler, I feel, was a little was based off of a little bit of word manipulation.
Yeah.
That's just me.
I mean, they're clearly really, really upset, and I think that they
They
are
should
seeing
be.
some anger as well.
They should be.
Maybe even after a bit of time to think it over, and like once the deal's done, maybe they will start finding some peace. And
I feel
feel
really
different.
bad for Christy, man. She was so dead set on that DP. Um, yeah, they have every freaking right to be upset. I'm just talking about that specific comment that was made on
Right.
News Nation a couple nights ago. Now, when it comes to them, yes, like, and if Bryan Kohberger, listen, I said I'm not admitting to shit. I'm fighting to the death for my innocence, and so with that kind of plea deal, I'm sorry. People that are innocent don't take that deal. That's just my opinion. Now, I'm still waiting. Like, the evidence, I'm mad that none of this evidence is going to be put out there. Like, I'm mad because the Idaho community is going to become nothing but fucking complete speculation and wild ass fucking twists and theories and all this. I mean, just it's going to become shock value at this point, because there's not going to be any trial and evidence being put out to the public to tell these fucking nutballs that the shit didn't happen that way or this wasn't true. It's like, and that's what I'm upset about. Like, this was such an important case for the public. It was going to teach younger generations. It was going to inspire younger generations. I mean, look how it inspired the Idaho 4 community to dig in, to find answers. You know what I'm saying? Like, it changed. I've been a part of this. The show was created like a week before the crime took place. I've been a part of this YouTube show stuff this whole time, and I've watched YouTube and the platform and the reporting change so much over time, and it has gotten so bad, especially like last year. I thought it was bad with the craziness of the wild shit, and now this year has proven to be like 50 times what last year was. And now that there's not going to be like, no, there was no leopard that killed these students. Like like the shit that won't come out. I'm sorry. I feel bad because this was supposed to be such a teaching moment. It really was. And and plus to kill all this crazy ass shit, and now it's just after today, there might be a couple shows about talking about this or about that, the after effect. But man, there's going to be so many fucking shows out there that are going to be like, hey, guess what I saw, you guys? This is how it happened. And it's just good. We'll never have a freaking answer. This whole time, as we've been going through and navigating all of this manipulation out there, trying to strive for the truth, trying to keep it about the facts, trying to make sure that it's about real reporting, not, hey, I want to have the most fucking people watching me tonight. I want to say the craziest shit so people clip it. I want to say the wildest shit so people talk about it. Like, it's going to get so damn bad. There's never going to be any answers. I hate to say it. Like, that's what it is.
Yeah. I mean, the little bit of accountability that people had because there was a trial coming.
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
The checks and balances, Shit, I better not go this far because, man, if it, I know that this ain't going to come out like this in trial. Yeah. The checks and balances that was going to be coming. Even the questions that we had this whole time, we've been digging through all of this evidence, and we've done a lot of the shows. I would say probably 60% of my shows are Idaho 4. There's been a lot of digging, a lot of investment, a lot of trying to find the truth too. Just trying to explore it and just wanting the truth, because it's always about the truth and justice for the victims, the families, and communities. It doesn't matter what the names are on either side. It's about the truth and justice, and that's why we discuss and dig and fight and all of these things, And
I mean, everything that we've gone through for this case, that's like the only good that's come of it is that we've built this community around it. And look, I guess at the end of it, we always did say that there was a possibility that we were wrong, and we knew that. And we wouldn't shy away from it if it happened, and it's happening. So, but it is a really strange feeling. Like, I guess it's also like out of habit as well. You're just questioning, like, what is this? But we knew it could happen. We knew it could.
And that's why it's not tied to a particular name. It's really about the truth and justice. And I always said, look, I ain't there. I wasn't there. The only people that know are the ones that, were the victims, the ones that were still alive, and the ones that committed the crime. And it was really like, hey, it's wherever the evidence. It's like I always said, hey, once we get to trial and I see the evidence that it's him, I'm going to say he's a guilty MFer. It's just like when this plea deal announcement came, and I'm looking at the terms and I'm like, look, I'm fighting to my damn death, because at least if I roll the dice, I got a 1% chance instead of a 0% chance like that deal. I'm not taking that if I didn't do the crimes, So you got to start, up from that night. I know some people were upset with me, and I get it, trust me. But at the same time, it's like I've always said, and like you said, it's always about the truth and justice for the victims. And if the writing is on the wall that, look, the evidence, yes, that's one thing I'm upset. There's so many, all these experts that came out and said, I want to help the defense because, Cy Ray, Bicca Barlow, all these people that wanted to help. You know what I'm saying? Vargas came in and testified in an earlier hearing and stuff to talk about the shoddiness of it all. There was all these people, like, you know what I'm saying? And so when somebody takes that kind of deal, hello?
Yeah, no, I get what you mean. And I see what Design Rhyme is saying in chat as well. And I don't think that there's anything for anybody to feel dumb about, because at the end of the day, even though he likely is guilty, both sides of this behaved badly, and we were acting on the information that we had. And
That's
I
all
think
we had.
that
Sealed.
I would,
Yeah,
exactly. I would rather have questioned it and been wrong. I don't know if everybody else agrees. I'm almost kind of getting to the point where I think that maybe there was still something strange going on the state side, but maybe they felt they didn't have enough evidence, but they knew it was him. So they had to do something to make it more guaranteed, even though they knew.
right.
There's never anything to feel dumb about.
That's the touch DNA from the FBI.
Yeah, something's not right there, even though he's guilty.
That's the tip.
Yeah.
That's the tip. And like they said, we don't want to, from the very beginning, we don't want to use the sheath. We don't want to use this, we don't exactly what you said. And that's what it was. And it's like I always said from the very beginning, a couple months after the PCA dropped, I said, look, they're waiting for this stuff to materialize. Will it materialize? We don't know. And as the court hearings started happening and people were expecting huge document dumps from the prosecution, I'm like, they were just going off the tip. That's why people made fun of it way back then about me saying it, because it's like, it's just the tip, you guys. That's all they got. That's it. That's why I said that they would have been cool with green lighting the damn leaks, because it's a roll of the dice that there's a possibility that evidence doesn't get introduced into trial because it's tainted. Hey, it's the whole argument of just wait until trial. We'll show you everything that we got. And then when it got to these court hearings, just wait till trial. You will show you everything we got. And then it would get to trial and they'd be like, sorry, we were gonna show you everything, just like now. Sorry, we were gonna show you everything, but we just couldn't.
Yeah,
and that's what they've wanted this whole time. That's why I've said from the day that we started looking into how Latah County and Kootenai County started doing their things, on the year anniversary when we were digging into the frats in the university, we were also looking into all those other connections too. And you could see that this is what they do. They throw a bunch of charges at somebody and they want that plea deal. The public defender that's like, hey, look, now I don't think Ann was doing it, but the public defender that's like, hey, look, I didn't do it, but listen, they said they got you. It's better than the DP, buddy. You look at Bill Thompson's statistics, like a shit ton of DP charges against people. You know what I'm saying? And only 3 of them, like, really came to fruition. Like that. It's what they do. It's what they want to do. We want to throw all this stuff. We don't want to have to show you nothing because of the way that they operate. But the good thing that came out of this, and I hope that Steve can have some comfort in it, is that the world's eyes were opened up to Moscow and Pullman. Before, They were in their own little bubble, their own little fishbowl, their own little bubble. And now it has opened the world's eyes to how they operate when it comes to protecting their own and what they're willing to do in order to have success instead of truth. Because it's all about conviction. It's not necessarily if it's the right person. It's about success. It's about the good numbers, not the negative. That's how it all works, no matter what level you're on. And the good thing is it's exposed now, and they're never going to be in that bubble or that little fishbowl anymore.
Yeah.
So they better start changing how they're doing shit up there, because you may have slithered out of this one, regardless if BK is guilty or not. The way that they operated from the very beginning, when the crime first took place, to all the way up until now, it's been a bunch of bullshit on their side.
Absolutely.
And you better start changing your shit, because this isn't going to be the last time that there's a crime that takes place up there. And now that the world's eyes are on you, even the littlest shit is going to bring attention to your little fucking town. So you better start changing your shit, because you will get busted. The more negative, bad shit you do, the more you're going to get busted for it. It's just a matter of time.
Absolutely. I mean, it's hard to find good in this, but that is a good point. I mean, yeah, I don't even know what to say about how they must be feeling, but I do think with time, you know, they'll have to just find as much peace as they can in all of this. I mean, I know it's not what they wanted, but it is something.
I don't know. It's going to be interesting. At least it's here today. It's going to be starting in 1 hour, you guys. We're going to go through a couple different things and discuss some stuff as we get into the show. We always like to hang out a little bit and talk with you guys before. I really hope that I see that there's like a petition out there to have the judge make sure that if he's going to admit to the crime, admit to where the weapon is. Right?
Yeah.
I think I mean, I think they should, because honestly, but I don't know. I'm not a legal professional. I don't know if that you can actually, you got to tell us where the weapon is. Otherwise your plea deal's not good. And then we go to trial. I don't see, you know what I'm saying? I don't see.
Sorry. No, it's just honestly, like, what is really to stop him from just making something up and saying, you know, it's wherever, and then it's not there, and it's like, well, it's not my fault. I mean, how do they know? Like, they can't run the whole plea on that, because he could just lie.
No,
and
right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, like, and honestly, and this is if he's guilty, you got to be like, and this is what I woke up thinking this morning, because I'm sitting here going, okay, we're going to hear him plea today, right?
Yeah.
I woke up this morning and I was like, if this dude goes to this plea hearing, because listen, he could go, look, I'm pleading guilty and I'm doing a plea deal because I'm afraid to lose. I mean, we don't know what he's going to say. But if this dude stands in front of the court and admits to doing this crime and really is the person, then man, what a big FU to these families, where you get them so close to the damn trial and then you rip. You already victimized the families because they lost a child, but do you know how much damage you're going to do to these families, that you could literally get them so close to trial and then take a plea deal out of the blue and they never find out what they've been waiting this whole time to find out? That's a even bigger FU to those families. And like, if he really did do this and he really is going to admit to this today, you sick motherfucker, dude. To where you can sit there and play with the family's emotions. Like you got to be a sick ass twisted motherfucker. And I'm sorry, I'm being blunt, but you got to be a sick ass twisted motherfucker to sit there and for 2.5 years do this and play all these games, get so close to where they're about to pick the jury, and you just go,
yeah,
you don't get to know.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, this is what I'm wondering too. If he really did commit this crime, is is he gonna be? Because they ain't gonna put him in Idaho. It's gonna be too much of a risk for his safety. He ain't gonna be in Idaho. They're gonna put him in like fucking Missouri or something. Like they're gonna ship him into the middle of the country, in the middle of nowhere.
Oh, okay. I was about to ask where that is. It's in the middle of the country, in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, not even by Idaho. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I would imagine. I mean, I don't think he would be safe.
He would get shanked.
Not at all.
He would definitely get shanked in Idaho. That's no lie. But if they move him to like Missouri or something, what kind are the people in that prison going to glorify him? Or are they going to, that's my biggest question too, is when he goes to go to prison and serve his sentence, Colorado, I would say that too. Yeah. Yeah, like you're not going to be by your family. You're not going, you're not going to be by your family. You're going to be somewhere in the middle. But that's my biggest question too, is like, is he going to be glorified? The guy that was able to do all this, or is he, because it's not like people are trying to shank BTK. And this is the crazy thing is Catherine Ramsland came out and said that she's willing to study Kohberger like she studied BTK, and she's willing.
Yes.
That's wild.
Yeah. I mean, that must be weird for her. I mean, that would. She wants to, but
it's gotta be. It's like it'd be like one of your, because when they're your students, they're also your friend. Not like you're hanging out with them after school, but you care about them like they're your friend. So there's a friendship there, and so it's almost like you wake up one day and one of your friends is being charged with committing the crime. It's got to be difficult. It's got to be difficult. Well, this is what's crazy, what she said last night. If you didn't see it, we threw a sneak peek out there about an hour and a half before. So thank you for checking it out if you did. Little sneak peek. She said a lot of crazy stuff. I was like, damn. But she did say, she said, when he came out with his plea deal, she goes, when he came out with his plea deal, he would know that wasn't even a plea, or I'm sorry, not a plea, alibi. When he came out with his alibi, she said he would know himself that that's not an alibi based off of his studies. So when she goes, when he came out with that for his alibi, that's when I started to question things. And I was like, damn, that was a long time ago.
Yeah. Yeah. Look, I mean, I agree that there is, to a certain regard, she does want to save face as well. I mean, like, if her whole thing is being able to spot this, and there was literally somebody like this in her midst and she didn't notice. I mean, nobody really expects that she would just be able to magically figure it out. I don't think it really works that way. But I also do wonder if she was, she really wanted to say something so that people knew that she had some suspicion, at least. Because, I mean, it's not like she's a professor of something like color coordination. Like, it's literally criminology, you know. This is what she does, and she did say that he had her fooled. So, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, it's crazy though. That's what I'm wondering. Will he be treated that way when he's serving his sentence? You know, where he'll be glorified.
Unfortunately, it's possible. I do think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if he is, he is. Hold on one second. We got Angela Levy out here. Law and crime. Hold on. Let's see what she has to say. Let me actually here. Let me play that. If you guys haven't seen that Ramsland interview, let me play it real quick, and you guys can hear what she said. Let me see here. It's about 13 minutes. And then we're going to go to the live feed outside of courthouse here. Oh, one second. We got Yoli. Hey, Yoli.
Hi.
Hey, Yoli.
How's everybody?
Good news.
Let's see. All right. Did you hear what Ramsland said last night, Yoli?
I did. I watched it.
All right. We're going to watch that real quick. Actually, let me flip this around here. We'll watch this real quick. Then we'll go to the live feed outside of the courtroom.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll just sit here and talk. Well, I froze, didn't I? Nope, we're good. Okay, here we go. This is from last night.
By her renowned forensic psychologist, Dr. Catherine Ramsland. As you may know, she was Bryan Kohberger's professor and advisor at DeSales University in Pennsylvania. She has not spoken publicly about Bryan Kohberger until now. She's been on this show talking about other cases, but she's been very, very careful not to talk about Kohberger because of the trial, because she was going to be a witness at the trial, and she now feels comfortable to open up to us. And we've got so many questions, Dr. Ramsland, that I've got so many questions I've wanted to ask you for so long. I want to start with, how did you first meet Bryan Kohberger? What classes of yours was he in?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I want to be just clear that I'm still within the FERPA limitations that protect students and student information. So I will talk within that. I met him in the fall of 2018 when he came to DeSales University. He had an associate's degree, and he was going to get into our 4-year program as a psychology major. He selected the forensic track, which made him an advisee for me because I managed the forensic track. And he was also in my class that semester.
And Dr. Ramsland talks about FERPA. I should have mentioned that there's a law, it's a federal law, I believe, that she is not allowed to talk about certain aspects of a student, their grades, certain parts of their academic life. It's almost like a HIPAA. So she's going to tell us what she can, but unless Bryan Kohberger signs off, she's legally not allowed to talk about certain elements of his academic career. So just keep that in mind if there's some things that Dr. Ramsland can't answer. What was your perception of him?
He seemed like eager to be in the classroom. He was polite. He was respectful, intense, and curious. And there was no reason for me to think that he was anything other than someone who was really interested in this potential career.
Was there anything looking back now that was strange about him or that you noticed?
When I look back, there really isn't anything that stood out to me. I think when you're a teacher, your instinct is to accept students at face value. You don't, start with suspicions or, and there really weren't any red flags. He was always really quite respectful and grateful. He would thank me for things. He was attentive. He would do the work. I didn't have any concerns.
what I think it was 4 classes that you taught him.
And I'll just pause it there real quick for a second. That's what's crazy is like, yeah, he was normal. No, didn't see any red flags. He was never, never
Yeah.
saw any signs.
The only unusual thing is intense, but I mean, you get intense students. I've had intense students. Seemed like everything seemed fine.
Yeah.
I think that's his nature, to be intense.
Yeah.
I don't know. He seems, sorry, I got a hair in my mouth. I'm sorry. He seems like oh, my hair.
Oh, you're fine. It's early over there. We know it.
He seems like he's intense. Like that's just the way he's always been. He's had that intense stare,
Yeah, that's just who he is. Honestly, I mean, basically what she's saying is there was nothing noticeable.
Yeah, nothing.
Yeah. At least not in the professional world, because when he was at the pool party, everybody said he was weird. He was talking to women, and who knows, it's weird.
That's true though. Like who really does know?
Nobody.
No, nobody knows. Hold on a second. Yeah, it was like, okay, she didn't notice anything. He thanked her. He was polite. Yada yada, and maybe something did change. When you're going to a new area. I felt the atmosphere when I was there, and I was only there for a week. And so I can imagine, like, maybe there was a lot of things just falling apart, and the gummies weren't enough. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. Like maybe he was different when he was around her. Like we don't really know. Maybe he kind of lost his mind a little bit.
Well, maybe that's why all the friends, because look, the friends that were the ones that were closest to him were like, there's no way he did this, like for the last couple years. There's no way. And all of a sudden, dude's pleading to a deal here, like that kind of deal, no appeal, no parole.
Well, his mental state might be fragile. I don't know.
Well, no, what I'm saying is maybe when he was hanging out with them back then, like Ramsland said, when he was in Pennsylvania, because that's where her college is at, or where she's at, where she's this professor. Well, when he was in Pennsylvania, he was polite. I didn't notice anything. And then as he moved out there, you're in a complete, you're on your own out there, man. You don't have no friends. You're isolated. If you're awkward already, it's going to be hard to make friends. Like it's not like you can just drive an hour away and go hang out with your mom, or see a friend, like you're going to be out there, way out there. It would be hard for you or any friends to visit you, let alone family, and you're going to be isolated a lot. So, maybe that's why all of the friends were like, kind of like what she was saying. I didn't notice any signs, but I don't know. We'll see. What do you think? I have a question, Yoli, because I don't even think this is legit, and I don't know if you can answer this or not, but so when you look at this plea deal that's supposedly going to be accepted, where there's no appeal, no parole, that right there is, if I'm innocent, I'm rolling the damn dice and taking my chances with one jury member saying not guilty. Then accepting a plea deal with no appeal, no parole, if I'm not guilty. You can't get there's people saying that, oh yeah, even though there's no appeal and no parole, he can still get out. I'm just like, what?
Well, I don't practice criminal law, but I know that,
I mean, there's the Innocence Project, but dude, there's only certain cases they take, and you said no appeal. Like, I don't think that qualifies you as part of the Innocence Project.
Well, I'm not sure about that, but I know that there's a couple of ways that he may be able to get out of the appeal, and Idaho, or may be able to appeal.
Yeah.
And Idaho has this rule. It's Rule 33. I was looking at it last night. Under certain circumstances involving duress, if he was under duress, if later they found out that somebody was threatening his family if he didn't plead, things like that. But it's very hard.
I've heard that too, but
it's very hard. I mean, or some he wasn't advised properly. I mean, there's a lot of things that can happen. But a lot of defense attorneys, criminal defense attorneys, will say that that getting the death penalty off is a win. That's what you strive for. That this is what you strive for as a defense attorney if you have a death penalty client, and it's actually a good thing because it's actually a good thing because the prosecution has to compromise, right? And if they had such a strong case, they would not accept it, right? They would not try to.
Right, they would go all the way to get the death penalty. Yeah,
especially when the family, wants a trial, because I don't believe the family has all the details, and maybe if they do, they may not be correct details. Who knows?
Yeah,
but they want to see the evidence play out, Well,
and the sad part about it all is that it won't.
And yeah, it's sad because I don't know what's going to happen with everything that's sealed.
It's going to be more. Yoli, I think they're closing down shop after this. We ain't going to see nothing after this. They already didn't want us to see anything as it was, and they were forced to show some stuff that they didn't want to. And shit, it's my opinion is that that's why they took the deal, or that's why they offered the plea deal without the death penalties, because they didn't want this stuff getting out. It's what they've wanted this whole time, because now they can say, we would have showed you, but we couldn't. And they're not going to release any of this stuff. There's no way.
That's what makes this whole case strange and eerie and interesting, because a lot of things were sealed. And, I started to think, the state of Idaho has a lot of confidential informants, and they have undercover LE because there's a drug problem there. Not a drug problem, but allegedly that's a portal where drugs are moved, I guess. That's what it sounds like to me. And so perhaps they have this administrative rule so that they can keep people's identities under wraps, and maybe there's other people that are undercover or informants.
There's a reason why they had agents out there. If you look, I got in trouble because I went too far looking into the businesses in March of 2023. When I started looking into the businesses up there and I got in too far, I got in trouble. I got warned. So yeah, there's a reason. There's a reason why. Yeah, there's a lot of informants up there because they use that against people to snitch on everybody. That's how they keep the control. That's why James, would say that he would be out playing basketball with his friend, and then he would say something that was against how they wanted you to go along and get along, and next thing you know, he's already getting harassed and bullied the next day. People will they pretend to be your best friend, and then they go and tell on you.
Yeah,
so they don't get in trouble. So but when you look at the businesses, there's there's substances, they're connected to a lot of other states, even all the way over to the East Coast, Alaska, and even in Italy. The connections go all the way to Italy.
Mm-hmm.
So there's gonna be a lot of stuff going on. They got away with it for a long time. But now they're getting busted. And yeah, we went through all the reasons of how they could, or how he could get out of the plea, ineffective counsel. We went through all these reasons yesterday, but I don't see any. You can't say that Ann Taylor didn't give an effective. I mean, she was fighting until the last minute, until the last second, and I wouldn't be surprised if she was pleading with Bryan not to do the plea deal. I mean, what would happen? Say you're in that position, Yoli. Say you're in that position where, what is it? Medical stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. Say you're in a position where, there was malpractice. The evidence is there. It's kind of but your client's like, I want to take this plea. And would you be like, okay, here we go? Or would you try to like talk your client out of it? Like, look, there's so much that you could actually win this in the long run. We just need to keep fighting. Like, what would you do in that situation?
Well, see, the differences are that in capital punishment, you're talking about somebody's life, and then
no. I'm saying in your situation. I'm not talking about death penalty. I'm not talking about. I'm saying
in my situation, I would just leave. It's really up to the client what they want to do.
I know that. I know
you can
that.
Only say if the evidence is so. You might say, well, you could win or lose, and it's always a risk. So if you want certainty and they're going to offer some money, then take it because you'll have certainty. But if it's a low offer, I would say,
look at this offer. Yeah, you get the DP off, but no appeal, no parole. That is a low ass offer.
Well, see, I can't put my head into that context because I don't know. I don't practice criminal law, but based on what other people have said, other criminal defense attorneys have said, they say that's what you strive for, is to get the death penalty off the table, and that's what Ann Taylor has been striving for throughout. That's been her goal. Like, they didn't meet discovery deadlines. We want the death penalty off.
Yeah, but Ann Taylor was also in court hearings. Yeah, we're going to be streaming it live. That's why we got the title the way it is. When you're talking about like she was in these court hearings telling the judge, I have yet to see the connection between my client. So she obviously believed he was innocent, because she's not going to come out and say, I don't see the connections between my client, judge, if she didn't see the connections. I don't see her saying that if she really didn't mean it. She wouldn't need to say it. Why would she need to say it? Why wouldn't she just continue to argue whatever she's trying to argue? But what I'm saying is forget about BK's case, forget about criminal, forget about all that stuff. When you're in your courtroom and you have a client that is suing somebody for $50 million, right? For $50 million, and the evidence, your client has a shot in winning, right? But they come with a lowball offer. We're not going to give you a 50. We're going to give you a 5. So none of this stuff comes out and we can settle, and we don't have all this extra stuff going on. We'll just keep it under wraps and we'll move on. No non-disclosure. Would you tell your client, like, I know it's it's not your decision. I know it's the client's decision ultimately.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So it's not like I'm asking you if you're asking your client. What I'm asking you is, do you go to your client and say, look, you have a really good chance of winning and getting that $50 million. Are you sure you want to settle for 5? Or would you just walk in there and be like, even though you know they have a decent shot of winning, and you just walk in there and you're like, oh, you want to take the 5? Okay, let's get the paperwork signed up. You don't even try
No,
and,
you have to advise your client. Yeah,
you know
you
what
have
I'm
to
saying?
advise
Like,
them.
do you try and be like, hey, look, you like this could be a better outcome if we just fight this, right?
But see, when it comes to a jury, it's hard to say that it could be a better outcome, because if you tell the client you could get a better outcome in a trial and then you lose, and then the client says, "Well, you told me that you thought you could get a better outcome," because you never know what a jury's going to do.
So you
You
don't.
just have to tell them. You just have to tell them, look, this, and that's the difference between what I do in criminal law, is that it's about money. It's like, if we go to trial, we're going to spend this amount of costs to go to trial. Those costs are going to be deducted from what you get. Okay, so sometimes it's better to settle before trial, because at the end of the day, you get the same amount that you would if you had gone to trial. The client gets the same amount because you have to deduct all the costs, and then there's the attorney fees, and so the client is left with the same amount they would have got had they settled pre-trial. So it's a little bit different.
But you don't. But what I'm saying is you don't go to your client and say, hey, we have a decent chance if we keep fighting. You don't do that. If your client says, regardless of what you think and how much you think you can win yourself in your head, you don't express that to your client. If your client says, I want to settle for this, even though you know it's a shit offer, you're like, all right, let's get the paperwork and let's sign it.
Well, yeah, because
Yeah.
the
So
you have
there's
to,
no way that Anne would have went in there and would have been like, Bryan, dude, what are you doing? Why are you taking this plea deal? No appeal, no parole, when she was the same one that believes he didn't do it because of what
right.
he said in these
So
court hearings. So
it's
she don't try and
yeah.
advise him, no?
So it may be that it's Bryan's decision, because at the last hearing on May 15th, the judge talked about whether there was any way to resolve it, and there was like a deadline. The judge said, well, I need your declarations about the death penalty regarding whether there's any way that there's going to be any type of a plea deal or anything like that. And so I believe the judge gave a deadline for that. So that's probably when Ann Taylor reached out to the prosecution and said, hey, is there any chance you'll take the death penalty off? And they said, yeah.
Well, I heard Bryan Enton was saying yesterday that he had heard that the talks started on Friday.
Yeah.
The defense reached out to the prosecution on Friday, and the day before that is when all the alternate perpetrators was shut down as conspiracy. And so I was wondering if it had something to do with that, like the alternate perpetrator was shut down, the continuance was shut down. And I'm wondering, looking back now, okay, the dude is pleading no appeal, no parole. I wouldn't do that if I was innocent. I would roll the dice with the jury trial, because you only need one to say not guilty.
Right.
Right. And we're looking at this evidence, and I think one of them probably would have said not guilty. That's a pretty nice roll. Then I have to go, okay, well, if the police doing, then they started talking Friday. That was the day after the alternate perp shut down. I've always felt like what Rosie said a minute ago, one person didn't commit this crime. I'm wondering if he was trying to introduce the other people that maybe he was with and realized, look, they didn't test their stuff. the three male unknown DNA, they didn't get tested, that they're not going to do the testing. The judge won't even allow this to even get introduced, so the testing and all this other stuff can be taken place, and we can, and if they're not, I might as well just take the fall for it myself. Let me get the death penalty off. I'm not going to die for Jimmy and Bobby's part.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
I don't know. I mean, it's weird. The talks starting Friday, right after those two got shut down.
Yeah, and it could be that was a deadline. I don't remember when the deadline was, but
yeah, that too.
I don't remember when the deadline was that they had to discuss.
Anybody know what the deadline was?
It's at the end of the May 15th hearing, at the very end.
That would be interesting to know, actually.
Yeah, because there was some people saying that the talks were happening for months, and I'm like, I don't see that, because I don't see Ann Taylor doing all these, all of these different court hearings and extensions and all this other stuff. The continuance, even what she was just fighting for. I don't even see her doing that if there was any kind of conversation.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, so people are saying that it was the deadline was the end of June or beginning of July.
So why do it now? You know what I mean?
Okay, so that deadline
leads me back to the alternate perpetrator reason. Because if it was this, then why wouldn't you wait until the end of June, right?
Well, I guess we were approaching till the end of June.
Yeah. Well, I guess it's not a very set deadline as well. I mean, it's not a date. Like, it's just giving a range, then it's not really.
So that was the 27th. So maybe you just wanted to get it in and make sure. I don't know. I would think you would want to wait until the absolute last second to put that through.
I mean, one would hope, but I don't know.
Not a couple days before. I mean, does anybody know the exact date?
I mean, I guess it just depends on how things were going with the respective sides. I mean, a lot of people have speculated that from the state side, the leak and the investigation into that had a lot to do with them pushing for it. So, but I mean, I've heard you saying now that the defense reached out, which I hadn't heard confirmation on yet. But if the defense reached out, then yeah.
That's what I've heard, is that the defense reached out. So I don't have total confirmation on that, but that's just what I heard.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes sense. It does make sense.
Yeah.
He didn't give an exact date.
Yeah, that's just what I heard. Didn't give an exact date. Here, let me.
I'm looking for Anjanette's face.
Oops, sorry. Hold on. I didn't mean to.
Rosie is taking the place.
Look, now we got Rosie on the.
I'm in her way today.
Hold on 1 second. Dang it. There we go.
But there is a defense attorney that says it doesn't make sense that he's taking the plea deal. There's a couple of them actually.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. Like it doesn't.
And the reason why I'm so hesitant to even talk about it is because I don't do that type of law, and so I defer to a criminal defense attorney because it's different, and there's a lot of reasons why somebody might want to plea, and it could include also saving his parents from having to testify. If he is diagnosed as autistic and has OCD, maybe in his mind, he thinks he's not going to be very productive after this, even if he is let out. So he just lost hope. But it could also mean he did it. It could also mean he did it.
I don't know how.
I know, but stranger things have happened, and if he did do it, he's going to be an interesting person. And I know a lot of people they say, we don't care about the why, we don't care, just put him, out to.
I'd interview him. Shoot.
I would too. I'm interested in this type of thing, and he would be his own unique type of unaliver, because just the way he was, he has a little bit of something from every unaliver, but not. I mean, I will tell you the one thing that gave me chills. The one thing that I thought in my mind that maybe he did do it, and it was basically when he was arrested and he asked the cop to go have coffee. I don't know why that made me think, whoa. But I don't know.
Well, yeah, because that's for some reason because ever since the announcement for it, I was up. I couldn't get any sleep that night because my mind was just going through the percentages of what, like I'm just laying it all out from the beginning until now. The speculation, the when first arrested, the actions that we've known from court hearings and all these different things. And I'm just like, it's like he was the low man on a totem pole in a group of people that committed the crime. Like I brought it up last night. It's almost like he was the lookout driver.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we'll see what he has to say. And he,
like you look at the photo, the morning after, or the just hours after the crime when he did the thumbs up. I'm sorry, that dude is not doing that by himself. That dude, I'm telling you. Listen, like, unless the dude knows like jujitsu or something. I've been in the streets, man. I'm telling you, I can see it a mile away. I'm telling you right now, that dude could not have done that. I'm telling you.
I think there is definitely more to it. Like whatever it is, there's something else going on. I mean,
the dude, like, with no injuries, like,
right.
We go back to the picture when he got pulled over with his dad, and remember there was like that. We all explored it back then after the arrest, and when the pictures came out, the body cams, and he had that little mark where his hand was like resting on the gear shifter or something, or maybe it was something in the middle of the car, and there was like that little discoloration right here on this part of his hand. And is that an injury from that? The dude would had to have had. I mean, he is so frail. You can just look at how frail he was. And so that's another reason why I was like, maybe he was just a getaway driver.
But did you have anything like what Yoli was saying with asking, the police officer for coffee? Did you have any one thing with him where you were just like, maybe?
Do what? Sorry, I didn't.
Did you have any specific thing that you thought was a little bit questionable when it came to him? Like Yoli with the asking the police officer for coffee, she found that weird. Was there anything that you thought was like particularly?
Well, when that came out in the when that comment,
I don't know what happened.
Oh, you're fine. When that came out in the courts, it was odd, but before, you didn't know if it was true or not. You didn't know if it was true or not. It was, a lot of it was speculation. But yeah, when I did find it odd when you find out that he asked the arresting officer if you wanted to get some coffee, that is effing weird. That's another reason why I feel like getaway driver. Like, I know I didn't go in there and do the I was just outside being the lookout. So I'm not going to worry about getting in trouble for the
Yeah. Well, I mean, so he really, if I way back in the day, I thought he would have been the cleaner because I thought he had OCD, and it turns out he does.
Ooh.
And so I thought
the vacuum.
I thought he was a cleaner, but then, what was so strange, and I think it's because things were sealed and everybody's acting so suspicious, and you got to have some transparency, because if you don't, then that's what's going to happen. People are going to be suspicious. They're going to wonder what the heck's going on and why can't we know? And I have no business in Idaho. I mean, that's not my state. But at the same time, if people get used to having these sealed proceedings, that's when things get taken advantage of and people's rights are violated. And it doesn't really have to do with Bryan Kohberger himself, but it has to do with the secrecy that if this is happening in other states and it starts in one state, and then all people are going to be railroaded, and I don't know if that's happening in this case, but I will say that there's a lot of reasons why he would plea. One being that he did it. That's the main reason, but the other reasons could be he doesn't want his family to testify. Maybe things will come out in the trial as to what he was looking at online, and he's going to be embarrassed, and he doesn't want that to come out. That he thinks
you're going to go to prison for the rest of your life because of those reasons. I can't see it.
Right, but I mean, that would be you, right? You wouldn't do it, but he's a different person, so he might think, I'm doomed. If this comes out in trial, I might as well just stay in prison for the rest of my life because I'm never going to be accepted. People might think like that, gloom and doom. So the judge is gonna,
but you've had 2.5 years to think about that. That's a lot of thought process.
That is also that's the thing. It's the timing of it is very strange. I mean, they've had so much time to do those.
I'll tell you, this is only from civil cases. The time, this is why trial dates are so important and why my work got messed up because of COVID, because everything got backed up, right? And trial dates weren't being set out until it would be 2023 and the trial wouldn't be until 2025. Okay. Before, we used to have a fast track where trials would be on, and that puts the pressure for the parties to settle. But when you have a case that was set in 2022 and is set for trial for 2025, there's no incentive for the defense to offer any settlement. Okay, they'd rather just do the case, take their time, bill, and it doesn't come until there's the actual pressure of trial where you really have to put your experts on, and you have to, and sometimes a lot of the defense experts, they're not really into the case, but they say they have an expert who has some shred of thing to support the defense, whereas I have an expert that supports, right? So they settle even before expert depositions are taken, because the crazy thing is at the end of the case, that's when all the expert depositions go forward because they have all the discovery. So all that time you spend gathering the discovery, and then once discovery is cut off, then the experts are able to look at everything and they give their opinions based on everything. And so that's why when they were doing expert disclosures just recently, that's why it's done at the end, because they allegedly have all of the evidence. But it also means that the opposing expert gets to look at everything that your expert gets to look on. So it gets really tight toward the end of trial, and the pressure mounts and people settle. So I don't know if that's the same in criminal cases as it is in civil cases, but that might be a reason why things settle at this time, or he's going for a plea deal at this time. But I don't know that for sure. I would probably want to talk to a criminal defense attorney and find out if this is something that is normal.
It does make sense the way you put it.
Look at his actions on the drive back. He looked completely normal. You know what I'm saying? He was the one that was driving. It wasn't his dad. He was the one that was driving. Everything was normal. it's not like he was even. It didn't even look like he was in a manic state or anything like that. And so,
well, he looked nervous, but like I said,
well, that's normal because you're getting pulled over,
And his intensity, like what his professor said, that he was intense. Well, yeah, he has this intensity to him, but I don't know if that's a baseline for him, for him to always see. It's hard when you don't know the person, you don't know what their baseline is. And if he's always been intense like that, well, then it may, I mean, when I would see him, I would see anxiety. It's like, those commercials, Got Milk. I see his face and I see got anxiety. Those commercials where they'd have like the milk mustache and it would say got milk.
Yeah.
I see his face and I see got anxiety because I could see it that he was anxious. What was that? Anyone see SG spill beans on the mic?
Oh, it's a good side.
Oh, on Twitter? Yeah. I'm seeing the updates on Twitter.
Yeah, so the judge is going to have to inquire about whether he's of sound mind and all that.
Not even plastic water bottles are allowed in court today. Yeah, I'm just trying to have the conversation. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of, and there's always a possibility that he did it. And as hard as it may seem to accept, he may have. And we'll see when he's pleading how he says it, and it's going to be, but certainly there was for a lot of that, this wasn't just, us three. Oh, where did we go?
Hold on. There we go.
This wasn't just the three of us talking about this case. There's tons of people. I mean, it was strange enough for people to think that something was not right.
Yeah, and I think that, we said that in the beginning, there still was something weird going on. Like, I almost wonder, what I was saying earlier is that, maybe they knew that he did it, but there wasn't any evidence he was that good at it, and they had to help evidence along or something like that, because the investigation still looks strange, even though we're starting to feel, one way about him possibly being guilty. There's still something, like some bad behavior on both sides, I feel.
Yeah. And the point that I always try to make is that, when it becomes outlandish, when people are just painting him as a monster before he's even tried. I understand people have opinions, but a lot of people weren't phrasing it like that. They were not phrasing it like that. They were saying that, oh, he did it. He's a monster. Here's how he did it. And, granted, everybody can have their own opinion. And perhaps those people had an opinion and they were just saying it the way they were saying it because they don't realize, like how they're talking. But my goodness. And I remember one of the defense attorneys, she's a female, Sarah Aziz.
Sorry.
Yeah, Azari.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, where she was like, she was like, they are just, the mainstream media was just crucifying him. And he has the presumption of innocence,
Yeah, like I said, there's been a lot of people that have been like, even with the plea, they were like, this don't make sense, and it don't make sense.
It to me, I tried, because I always try to understand why. My initial thing is, what? I was shocked.
Me too.
I was shocked. And for him to avoid all this, it has to be something big.
Yeah, you're not taking a no parole, no appeal plea deal. That's just me.
Hang on a second. I'll be right back.
That's just my opinion. Yeah, hold on. Let me kind of make some changes here real quick because it's going to be starting here in a second.
Okay.
me see here. So I'm going to update this one so we can go back and forth. Let me move this over. All right.
I look so pale. I don't know how to do the lighting.
Oh, I know. I don't either. That's one of the things I have. Because I look pale as hell too on camera.
You guys both look fine.
I do. Like when I'm out in location, they're like, "Damn, what'd you do? Did you get a tan real quick?" I'm like, "No." I'm like,
I look more tan than I am, and I don't know why. I don't know, wool color or something.
I even got new lights that were more expensive, and they were even brighter than the ones that I'm using now. So I'm using the.
Yeah, my skin is sensitive, so I can't be out in the sun too much. I have to put sunscreen and.
Oh, okay. So they went live. Court will resume. So let me zoom in on that. All right. Let me try and see it. I'm thinking maybe this. We'll see. Let me adjust this and see if we can fit it all in. I think we'll be able to. Let's see.
So you said they weren't allowing water bottles into the court?
No. Not even water bottles.
They're serious today.
All right. Maybe if I shrink that, so we should be good. I want to make sure we don't cover up anything either.
Yeah, you can remove our faces, of course.
Yeah, you know what? I probably should go full screen, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah, let me here, let me switch all that. I got to set up these scenes real quick.
Well, it says court will resume. Did they have something before?
No, that's what it always says when it starts. All right, so there's that. Now it's taken us out. What the? Come on, StreamYard. Hold on.
Okay, okay, good.
This is so. All right, there's that. So we can switch back to here. Okay, so I guess. Oh my gosh, it's gonna make us. Dude, come on, StreamYard. This is so annoying.
I'm nervous.
Let me see here.
Me too. For some reason.
Yeah, I feel kind of scared. Like, what if he did, I don't know.
Give me 1 second.
I'll be back in just a second as well, CJ. Sorry.
No problem. I'm trying to get this crap fixed here. All right, so now I'll save this. Okay, update. Now, will it keep us on panel when I switch? So we're here. Okay, it keeps us on panel this way. Okay. Sorry, I had to do that edit. Let me see here. There's that. There's that. All right.
Yeah, I'm a little nervous.
I think I don't know. I'm just ready. The thing that I'm nervous about is all the the speculation and all the crazy ass clickbait shit that's been going on the last couple of years, and you knew that trial was gonna answer if that was true or not, and now it's with their there not going to be any evidence being shown, and answers being revealed, it's going to create so much. There's not going to be any checks and balances when it comes to the depths that people are going to be willing to go through just to keep the conversation in the algorithm, you know?
Yeah, it's
we'll never have answers.
Well, we'll see. I mean, maybe he's going to tell all, but I doubt it. I mean, I don't know. I have no idea.
I doubt it. We'll see.
Watch it be very short.
Yeah, right. I imagine it's gonna be short already. I mean, it's not like it's a service at a Catholic church. You know what I'm saying? Like,
oh my God, the kneeling and the standing and the kneeling.
Oh, my Lord, it drags. But
I mean, nothing against Catholic Church. It's just,
hey, I've studied a lot of different religions. I'm just telling you the truth. All right. Some you're like, hey, you know, it makes the time go by. But and it's like, but yeah, it's gonna be. Yes, I did it. Okay. All right, we're gonna have the sentencing hearing at this date. Bam. I don't see it going past a half hour. I mean, what do you think?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to think.
I don't see it going past a half hour. Too bad we didn't have a squares game set up before. How long is this court hearing going to last? 5-minute intervals. Let me know. Hey, anybody, I'm going to put in chat right now, 30 minutes. Let me know in chat how long you think this court hearing is going to be. I'm voting for 30 minutes. Do 5-minute intervals. We'll see who's right. I'm marking 30. What are you picking, Yoli?
You mean for the time?
Yeah, how long? Like, what's your guess on how many minutes it's going to be in 5-minute intervals? Like
45 minutes.
45 minutes.
45.
Jason says 10. Yoli says 45. Jason says 10. Busby 45. Aaliyah 15. Should be starting any second. We'll go right to it once it does. 40. Hippler will talk for 10. Yeah, it's really unfortunate that we're never going to know the truth about a lot of this stuff. It's all going to be speculation at this point.
Do we see any protesting outside the courthouse?
Yeah, there's protesting going outside. Yeah. But it's just a couple people. It's not like it's an actual protest. Steve G's out there. You know, he's not going inside. I don't know. I would go inside because I'd want to, like, don't the families get an opportunity to, or is that just at the sentencing? I thought maybe the families might get an opportunity at a hearing like this to.
I think the families are supposed to be able to be at all hearings.
No. I'm saying that they can actually speak their voice about this.
I don't know. I think it might just be at sentencing. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. But I mean, if there was, I'm surprised Steve G wouldn't be in there. But yeah, there's a couple people out there.
I'm actually surprised too that Steve G wouldn't want to go in there, but maybe he's just trying to not. He's angry and he doesn't want to.
He doesn't want to. Going in there would probably be like accepting it or supporting it, I suppose.
Maybe he thinks that.
You know.
Or I mean, geez, I don't know. I just feel bad. I guess Zaina's family, the aunt was against it.
Yeah. We did hear that.
Yeah, but the mom was for it. And so Xana's dad came out last night too. What did he say? Sorry, there was so much stuff I had prepped I didn't even know where to frickin' start with it. Seriously,
Yeah.
it was like yesterday too. I had so much prepped, and I'm just like, let's just talk. I don't know where to start. Okay, Xana's dad and Xana's mom want the trial. So,
Yeah.
that's the
Yeah,
other
it's just,
family that wanted.
let's see.
What's up, typically? I got your email. I'm not sure what time for tonight. I'm not sure yet, but I do want to get together, if not tonight, because I would like to. I would like to have all the people. I'd like to reach out to all the people we've had on panel and kind of have the
Debrief.
yeah, like have like a conversation about all of this after this court, the court hearing, and just kind of discuss it. I mean, really, it's going to be, like I said, after this, how are you going to know what's true or what's not when it comes to any of the wild ass shit that's going to be talked about? We'll never know the answers because the trial didn't expose the answers. It didn't expose the checks and the balances when it comes to the stuff that's being reported. And it's just like the other cases that we do, where we don't participate in the clickbait bullshit because there's no updates. So it's going to be one of these things where we might talk about it once in a while or something, but there's other cases that we've worked on before to discuss. Micah Miller, another one. There's a lot of stuff still going on with that one that we're going to do work for too. So I'm just not going to participate. Just like that's the reason, how come you haven't done Sebastian shows for a while? Because there's no updates and it's all clickbait.
Typically, Unique, I agree with you. If BK was emulating Bundy, he'd say no way to the deal.
It's a good point. That's a good point.
Same thing with this Rodney Alcala guy, the serial unaliver here in my area. Well, was in my area. I took my godson to go watch the trial, part of it. And he was representing himself. He was highly intelligent. He got a new trial on his own. He was super bright. But when he came into the room, whoa, you could feel that energy was just like,
really?
It was dark.
Really?
Yes. You heard the shackles when he walked into the courtroom, and immediately it was just, and he had this long gray hair. He had like this long gray hair, and he came out. And then when he spoke, it was like he was obviously very intelligent. I mean, he spoke better than the prosecution. I mean, he had, it was unbelievable. But he fought it all the way.
Yeah. I've never heard of him.
Yeah, he's a dating game killer or unaliver. I'm sorry.
That's right.
The reason why he got caught was because he had one of the earrings of the victims on the dating game. And the mother saw the earring and she said, "That's my daughter's earring." And they caught him that way.
Oh, because of an earring.
Let me see. Yeah. It was interesting. Very interesting.
I'm surprised we ain't started yet. They're probably trying to get everybody seated. I'm sure it's a madhouse out there.
It must be chaos.
It has to be.
It has to be. I mean, if we look at the amount of people who were there early, and that's just the public. Oh my gosh, I'm sure Judge Hippler has a headache already.
Yeah, just from all the emails he got from it being twisted, like all the families were in agreement. You know what? Hey, I gotta say, it was a crafty move by him. You know what I'm saying? I got the most access to mainstream media. I can hurry up, get out there, paint it a certain way, have a whole bunch of people send Judge Hippler an email before people find out that only half the families were actually cool with it. Not all, not all of them.
It is crafty.
So he got, sneaky, but not. I mean, come on, let's be honest. It wasn't true though. So here is a photo of the family. Hold on. Let me share that real quick. There's a photo of Kaylee's family outside. Where's Olivia? Yeah, they're furious. They're all standing out there. Let me see. Yeah, just a bunch of tip, tap, 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 tap. Nothing. All right. Go back to this. Uh-oh, StreamYard's freezing on me. Or we'll just do this. I don't know. I'm surprised it ain't starting yet. Dark-haired girl is Olivia.
Really?
Hold on.
I didn't recognize her.
What? She lost a shit ton of weight. Are you sure?
Oh.
Hold on a minute. I don't know if that is. I don't know.
I can't see.
Hold on.
It's coming back now.
Why isn't it full
What?
screen? Hold on one
Can't
second.
be Olivia.
Hold on. There's full screen. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think so. Is it? Oh my God. That is so drastic because she was Christie's size.
Well, you know, everybody, it seems like Hunter John, who's the guy that spoke out on the
Hunter.
the Amazon? He looked thin too compared to him.
Speaking of, we're still going to be doing the Amazon Prime Video. Here's the Twitch watch party. You can click on that link. It'll take you right to when we did the Dateline one, the full episode. Just make sure you follow my Twitch and hit the notification bell. And here in a week and a half, we are going to be doing that live. And you're more than welcome to join for that as well. Hold on one second. What? That is her. Hold on a minute. Thank you, Caddy. That's no fucking way, dude. That is her.
Really?
Whoa. Dude.
No.
She was Christie's size. Wow. I mean, shout out, but at the same time, she looks as frail as BK did when he took the thumbs up.
Yeah.
So hopefully she's doing okay. Oh my Lord. Holy crap.
Wow.
That's shocking. Okay. Well, hopefully everything's okay.
She just looks like a whole different person.
Well,
I wouldn't have known that was her. Like,
I wouldn't have known it was her either.
I mean, I'm just worried because you look at the hip bones of people. You look at the hip bones and it tell you a lot, man. Because of
yeah.
So Rosie, this is the dating game unaliver.
I'm gonna look that up. I've never heard. I mean,
his name is Rodney Alcala.
Can you hold that up one more time, Yoli? I'll solo on you, and you could.
Okay.
There you go. People want to see what the dating game killer.
Thank you.
Yeah, he was very smart and got away with it for a while. And
but for an earring, it's crazy.
Yeah, he showed up on the dating game and he had the earring of one of the victims. And one of the victims that he unalived was just here in Huntington Beach. And that's why the trial was being had here in Orange County. And that was when Dexter was on, the first season of Dexter. And everybody, or maybe the second or third, but everybody was watching Dexter. And my godson was fascinated with Dexter. And I said, no, you need to go see a real one, because you're not going to get fascinated with this. And no. You're going to go. I'm going to take you. And I took him. And
good move.
And boy, it was intense. And then, you know, the family of the victims, they were crying, and as they were, when he walked out, it was just the worst, awful feeling. Like you just
yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah, we're made of energy too. You know, everything's made of energy, and so you can definitely feel an energy shift if you're in tune with energy already. And I can imagine it had to be like a claustrophobic type feeling, in a way where you felt like all the walls were like closing in on you, type of energy feeling, right?
It was it was like it was just like
the air gets thick, the walls close in.
It got cold.
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
It got cold all of a sudden, and it was like, oh. And even my godson turned around and looked at me when I said, you see? It was almost like, you see? Stop. Because, you know, it was interesting. He was grateful for it, because he was, and it was Matt Murphy that was the one.
Oh, here we go. Wow, this is crazy.
All right, this is CR 0124316665. Defendant is present in custody with counsel, Ms. Thompson, Ms. Jennings, and pardon me, Ms. Taylor, Ms. Massoff, and Ms. Barlow. The state's present with Mr. Thompson, Mr. Horowitz, Ms. Jennings, and Mr. Nye. Here as well. Am I miss anybody? I'm sorry.
Ms. Allen is here as well.
Ms. Allen is here as well. Very well, thank you. All right, we are here today to entertain a change of plea. Before I start, I want to address some issues of concern and otherwise. First, I appreciate everybody in attendance today being on their best behavior. Please, no outbursts or demonstrations. Any such conduct will result in immediate removal and may result in an inability to attend further court proceedings in this case. I want to point out that there have been calls by some for the public to contact me and my office in an attempt to influence my decision-making in this case.
Oh boy.
This has been extraordinarily disruptive for court staff and the ability for them to get work done, not only in this case, but in other cases where defendants are entitled to have their cases processed, and frankly, as important, if not more so, for victims to have their cases processed in those cases. It's also highly inappropriate. A court is not supposed to, and this court will never, take into account public sentiment in making an opinion regarding its judicial decisions in cases. Court should, and I always will, make decisions based on where the facts and the law lead me. period. I have not read any of the numerous messages nor listened to any of the numerous voicemails that have been sent to me and my staff. Those have all been forwarded to security and, where appropriate, to law enforcement. I ask that you not continue to mount such campaigns or to send me information like this, because, again, it is not appropriate to mount a matter in a case like this. I also want people to understand some very basic concepts about the ideas of separation of powers. What the elected prosecutor is the sole authority in deciding what charges to pursue, including whether, as well as what penalties to ask for, and what penalties to pursue, including the death penalty. This court cannot require the prosecutor to seek the death penalty, nor would it be appropriate for this court to attempt to do that. This court, in considering a plea agreement, if it were to reject this plea agreement, cannot force the state to seek the death penalty. My role and power in considering a plea agreement is extremely limited. My role is to ensure that the defendant's plea is given freely, voluntarily, and intelligently. If those things are met, I can only reject a plea, such as the one in this case, where I'm not being asked to agree to the sentence in advance. I can only reject it, for example, if the defendant does not meet or admit to all of the elements of the crime. That is, I can ensure what is called a factual basis to the plea. Finally, I want to offer my apologies to all the families, including the victims' families, the families of the defendant, for the short notice for today's hearing, and I'm sure what must have been the hurried efforts to get here. I, like most everyone else, learned of this plea agreement Monday afternoon and had no inkling of it beforehand. Prior to that time, I was under the belief that this case was proceeding to trial, as had been indicated, and my staff and I were busy continuing to work on preparations to have potentially 10,000 citizens of Ada County come to jury duty starting in mid-July, with the questionnaire process in mid-July. It was, once I learned of the defendant's decision to change his plea in this case, it was important that I take the plea as soon as possible because of the extraordinary administrative efforts that were otherwise attendant to the process of this, getting this trial potentially underway on time, and including the significant process of bringing, again, potentially up to 10,000 jurors to come in and fill out juror questionnaires prior to the beginning of the voir dire process. The road do so expeditiously so that we can avoid those costs and expenses associated with that. Otherwise, if it was the plea were to fall through today, that we could continue time that we would otherwise allow for them to travel here. And so, again, I apologize for that. I want to make people aware that during the hearing, if you are to leave the courtroom for any reason, you will not be readmitted during the hearing. Also, when we finish the hearing this morning, I ask that the public and media wait in their seats until the victims' families and the defendants' families and others are escorted out of the courtroom before you start to leave. Finally, I want to acknowledge the trial court administrator and her staff, the Ada County Sheriff, and the Ada County 4th District Marshal Service for the huge lift that they've accomplished in preparing for and orchestrating this hearing today, as well as to all the security attendant today that you see, and some of whom you, many of whom you don't see, with less than 48 hours notice. And so I appreciate the hard work that they've been doing. Frankly, some of them while they were on some vacation prior to the trial starting and had to call that short. And so I appreciate very much their professionalism and dedication. All right. That said, let's move to the business of today. I understand the state and the defense have reached a plea agreement in this case. For the record, I have a written plea agreement which indicates in sum, the defendant will plead guilty to all 5 counts in the indictment, burglary, felony, and first-degree murder, 4 counts. The state and the defendant stipulate, that is, that the defense is not free to argue for a lesser sentence at sentencing to the following. The defendant on the burglary charge will be sentenced to 10 years fixed, and that the defendant on counts 2 through 5, the 4 counts of first-degree homicide, on each count would receive a fixed life sentence, all 5 of those counts to run consecutive to one another. Defendant, as part of the plea agreement, waives his right to appeal, as well as his right to appeal the sentence and his right to seek leniency or reconsideration of the sentence under Idaho Criminal Rule 35. This is not a Rule 11 agreement, meaning the court is not bound by the plea agreement and could impose a different lawful sentence at sentencing. The stipulated agreement between the parties is the maximum on each count. So theoretically, the only thing the court could do would be a lesser sentence at sentencing. But the defendant is not free to ask the court to do so under the plea agreement. Are there any other material terms of the plea agreement that the parties would like to make?
Not from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Tate. Sufficient time to discuss. Have you discussed fully with him his rights, defenses, and possible consequences to him of the guilty plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you been able to do all the discovery you feel necessary?
Yes, Your Honor.
And have you informed your client of the importance of providing the court truthful and accurate answers in taking this plea today?
I have.
Have you prior offers and answered his questions about those?
Yes.
Do you consent to the entry of the plea today?
I do.
All right, Mr. Kohberger, I need to ask you some questions this afternoon, or I guess it's this morning still. I do this to ensure that you so that I am assured that you understand the nature of the charges to which I understand. And your statements today could be used against you later at trial. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right, thank you. And now while you're standing, actually, why don't you take the oath from the clerk?
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give in the matter not given before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
All right, and Mr. Kohberger, just to make it easier, you don't need to stand when you speak to me. I appreciate the sign of respect, but for convenience, you can remain seated, all right? Before I start asking you questions today, have you consumed substantive questions? Let me ask you, have you consumed any alcohol, drug, or other intoxicating substance that would impair your ability to understand or exercise reasonable judgment?
No.
You feel like you are thinking clearly today?
Yes.
All right. I want you to understand what the possible penalties are for each of the crimes to which I understand you're going to offer a guilty plea today. They include on count one, the burglary, a fine of up to $50,000 and a period of incarceration of up to 10 years in the state penitentiary. You may be required to pay restitution to any victims of the crime. Count 2, 3, 4, and 5 for first-degree murder. The consequences include a fine of up to $50,000, a period of incarceration of life imprisonment, which is a requirement of a sentence, that it be a life sentence with a mandatory minimum sentence of at least 10 years on each of those counts. In addition, you would be potentially responsible for a fine of up to $5,000 to each of the victims of your crime to be enforced in the form of a civil judgment to operate as additional punishment. This is in excess of any restitution or fines that the court could order. And again, you may be required to pay restitution to the victims of the crime. You would be required to provide, as to counts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, a DNA sample and a right thumbprint impression, and potentially pay for analysis of those samples. You would lose any right to possess, purchase, or carry a firearm, the right to serve on jury duty, the right to hold public office, and the right to vote. Do you understand the charges and all those possible consequences?
Yes.
You've heard the plea agreement that I talked about today. Do you agree with that plea agreement?
Yes.
And do you understand the nature of the charges that you've been charged with that I understand you're going to plead guilty today to?
Yes.
As I indicated, I'm not bound by the plea agreement, but the plea agreement is for the maximum on each count. Do you understand that I'm not bound by the plea agreement?
Yes.
Has anyone promised you that I would be lenient or easy on you if you pled guilty?
No.
Has anyone threatened you or anyone close to you to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Is anyone other than the state's agreements with respect to the plea agreement, has anyone promised you anything in exchange for your plea agreement?
No.
Has anyone told you to be untruthful in answering my questions today?
No.
Has anyone offered you a reward of any kind other than the plea agreement in order to get you to plead guilty today?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?
Yes.
And counsel, obviously there have been a number of motions filed to suppress evidence in this case. Other than those filed, are there any other motions that you felt were available with respect to Rule 12?
No, Your Honor.
And Mr. Kohberger, you understand that by entering the guilty plea in this case, you would be giving up your right to appeal any decision this court made, as well as your sentence.
Yes.
Have you had enough time to decide whether or not to plead guilty?
Yes.
Are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Given your choices, do you believe it's in your best interest to plead guilty?
Yes.
Have you discussed fully the matter of pleading guilty with your attorney, and are you satisfied with the advice you've received?
Yes.
Has your attorney advised you to your satisfaction about what your rights are, what your defenses may be, and what the possible consequences to you of your guilty plea are?
Yes.
Has your attorney done everything you've asked them to do?
Yes.
Are you satisfied with their representation of you?
Yes.
I have received a written guilty plea advisory questionnaire that is purported to be filled out by you. Did you fill that document out?
Yes.
Did you understand the questions that you answered in this document?
Yes.
And are the answers that are outlined in this document your answers?
Yes.
Are those answers truthful?
Yes.
Did you sign the document?
Yes.
And this document outlines many of the rights that you have in this case. Should you not plead guilty, did you understand those rights?
Yes.
They include a right to a jury trial. Do you understand that?
Yes.
They include a right to the presumption of innocence. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You have the right to require the state to prove your guilt as to each element beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand that?
Yes.
They include a right to confront your accusers and cross-examine witnesses presented by the state, including by utilizing the subpoena power of the court to accomplish that. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You understand you would have a privilege against self-incrimination and a right to remain silent, meaning you would not be compelled to testify if you did not wish to, had you not pled guilty.
Yes.
You understand you're giving up that privilege and those rights that I've just outlined by pleading guilty.
Yes.
All right, I want you to understand what the state would have had to have proven at trial had you, to the crimes that you're pleading guilty to, had you, if you didn't plead guilty. Let me find the document. Hang on a second here. All right. So as to count one burglary, the state would have to have proven that on or about November 13, 2022 in Latah County, Idaho, you unlawfully entered a residence located at 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho, with the intent to commit the felony crime of murder. As to count two, the state would have had to have proven that on or about that same date in Latah County, Idaho, you did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder Madison Mogan, a human being, by stabbing Madison Mogan, from which she died. As to count three, the state would have had to have proven that on that same date in Latah County, at that same address, you did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder Kaylee Gonzalez, a human being, by stabbing her, from which she died. As to count four, the state would have had to have proven that on or about that same date in Latah County, Idaho, you did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder Xana Kernodle, a human being, by stabbing her, from which she died. And then as to count five, also murder in the first degree, that on or about November 13th, 2022, in Latah County, Idaho, you did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder Ethan Chapin, a human being, by stabbing him, from which he died. Do you understand those things the state would have had to have proven?
Yes.
And do you understand that by pleading guilty, the state no longer has to prove those things because you're admitting those things are true?
Yes.
I want to also make for the record, the defendant has provided with the guilty plea advisory form a document entitled Written Factual Basis that purports to have the defendant's signature dated 1 July 2025. Did you sign that document?
Yes.
And did you agree with the written factual basis that is included there?
Yes.
And then let me ask you, did you, on November 13th, 2022, enter the residence at 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho, with the intent to commit the felony crime of murder?
Yes.
Did you, on November 13th, 2022, in Latah County, state of Idaho, kill and murder Madison Mogan, a human being?
Yes.
And did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, and with premeditation and malice aforethought?
Yes.
Did you, on or about that same date in Moscow, Idaho, kill and murder Kaylee Gonzalez, a human being?
Yes.
And did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, and with premeditation and malice aforethought?
Yes.
And did you, on that same date in Moscow, Idaho, kill and murder Xana Kernodle, a human being?
Yes.
And did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought?
Yes.
And then on or about November 13th, 2022, again in Latah County, Idaho, did you kill and murder Ethan Chapin, a human being?
Yes.
Did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought?
Yes.
I would ask the state at this time to provide its recitation of its factual basis had this case gone to trial.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the organization of the recitation is different than what I think the court and the public may be familiar with from the probable cause affidavit and other documents. The state's evidence, as an overview, would show that back in March of 2022, when the defendant was residing in his parents' residence or residing back in Pennsylvania, his home state, he purchased online a K-bar knife and sheath with an Amazon gift card that he had purchased shortly prior to the purchase of the knife, sheath, and sharpener. Jumping ahead, the end of June of that year, the defendant, Mr. Kohberger, moved from Pennsylvania to Pullman, Washington, which is right across the state line from Moscow, Idaho, for the purpose of pursuing a PhD in criminal justice at Washington State University. The state's evidence is 10 p.m. to 4 a.m. on approximately 23 times. Now, I will acknowledge also, we do not have evidence that the defendant had direct contact with 1122 or with residents of 1122, but we can put his phone in that area on those times. In the interim, on August 22nd of 2022, Latah County Sheriff's Deputy Darren Duke conducted a traffic stop in the early morning hour or late evening hours, about 11 p.m. On the west side of Moscow, on the Moscow-Pullman Road. This was a traffic stop of Mr. Kohberger's car, which turned out to be a 2015 white Hyundai Elantra with Pennsylvania plates. During the course of the traffic stop, Deputy Duke was able to obtain Mr. Kohberger's name, Bryan Kohberger, his phone number, and his address, which at that point was an apartment address in Pullman. We then move to the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022. The state's evidence would show that early morning hours on that day, Mr. Kohberger's phone left his Pullman residence, which is an apartment in kind of the central northwest part of Pullman. That phone was then subsequently turned off at approximately 2:54 a.m. and remained off until approximately 4:48 a.m. on Sunday, the 13th of November. The state's evidence would include at trial video surveillance of a business on the Moscow-Pullman Highway, just across the state line from Moscow. It would show a vehicle matching the description of the defendant's Hyundai Elantra entering Moscow at approximately 3:02 a.m. Compiled surveillance that the investigators put together from businesses and residents then show the defendant's car the white Elantra, as I've described, circling the 1122 King Road area, that neighborhood, starting around 3:30 or so in the morning. Comes into the immediate area of 1122 King Road, which is actually on a dead end, and then leaves several times. And approximately 4:05 that morning, the defense car had entered that area, was leaving, stopped at the intersection of King and Queen Road, did a U-turn, and the state's evidence would show that the defendant's car came back and parked behind and above the 1122 King Road residence. The state believes that its evidence would then show that the defendant entered the residence of 1122 through the kitchen sliding door on the back side of the residence, which is the side of the residence that would face the area above where the defendant's car was parked. Defendant entered the residence, went to the 3rd floor, and with a knife, killed Madison Mogan and Caitlin Gonzalez. The defendant, as he left that room, for whatever reason, ended up leaving, or the sheath for a K-bar knife was left on the bed next to Madison Mogan's body. And I can jump ahead. That sheath was tested by the Idaho State Police Forensic Lab, and single source male DNA was found on the snap of that sheath, as well as blood from both Kaylee and Madison and other trace evidence. But it's important to note single source male DNA was on the snap of that sheath. The state's evidence would show that Xana Knodel was still awake at this time. In fact, had taken a DoorDash order not long before this started. Her room was not on the 3rd floor, it was on the 2nd floor on the west side. As the defendant was either coming down the stairs or leaving, he encountered Xana, and he ended up killing her, also with a large knife. Ethan Chapin, Xana's boyfriend, was asleep in their bedroom, in her bedroom, and the defendant killed him as well with a large fixed blade knife. Each victim suffered multiple wounds. I will state for the record that there is no evidence there was any sexual component or sexual assault on any of the victims. I want to make that clear so there's no speculation. There were 2 other roommates in the house, and they were already asleep. During the course of this, one of those roommates awoke, looked out her door not knowing what was going on, and saw the defendant, who was dressed in black with a black balaclava on, holding some sort of container in his hand. And she saw him leave the house through the direction of the kitchen where that sliding door is that I mentioned before. At approximately 4:20 that morning, so this would have been 15 minutes or so later, the defendant's car is seen on a surveillance camera for 1112 King Road, which is immediately next door to the west of 1122, leaving the area at a high rate of speed. And if the court were to see that, or anybody in this courtroom were to see that, you can see the car almost loses control as it makes the corner, heads north, and then turns to go south on Walinta, which is one of the only ways to get out of that part of town. The evidence would show that following that, the defendant in his Elantra drove south of Moscow. We know that he drove on the back roads because there are surveillance cameras on the main highways, Highway 95, that would have picked up the defendant's car if he'd gone that route. And they did not show the defendant's car on that route during the time. So we know that he went through a variety of back roads in very rural, isolated part of Latah County. About 4:48 that morning, the defendant's phone comes back on. And the evidence will show that that phone was located south of Moscow, likely at a side road intersection with Highway 95. From there, the defendant's phone activity tracks heading back north towards Pullman, Washington, where the defendant lived. About 5:26, starting approximately 5:26, various surveillance cameras in Pullman, Washington pick up the defendant's vehicle as he enters Pullman from the south and heads north and slightly west towards his apartment where he arrived at approximately 5:30 in the morning. Later that morning, Sunday, the 13th of November of 2022, Mr. Kohberger's phone returned to the area of King Road. We don't know exactly what he did, but it returned to that area. It's about 9 o'clock in the morning. He was there for about 10 minutes and then returned to his Pullman residence. About 9:30, the state's evidence will show, evidence taken from the defendant's phone, that he took a selfie of himself on his phone in what appears to be the bathroom of his Pullman apartment with a thumbs up. The defendant's phone then went to the Lewiston-Clarkston Valley, approximately 30 miles south of Moscow and Pullman. And the defendant is actually seen with his car at various businesses down there. This area is the confluence of the Clearwater River and the Snake River. Lewiston is Idaho's seaport. Large bodies of moving water down there. In addition to tracing the defendant's activities, as I've just outlined, on the 13th and leading up to the 13th, the state's evidence will show that following Sunday, November 13th, 2022, business records show that the defendant began searching for a K-bar knife and a K-bar knife sheath, as the state believes, to replace the one that was left at the scene of the murders. The evidence also will suggest that there were at least attempts by the defendant to delete or alter his purchase history on Amazon, where all these transactions had occurred. Later that week, the state's evidence will show that Mr. Kohberger went to what we would call DMV, motor vehicle licensing here in Idaho, in Pullman, to change his car registration from Pennsylvania to Washington. That's of note because Pennsylvania cars do not require a front license plate. The vehicles seen on the surveillance cameras of the defendant's car showed it didn't have a front license plate on it. At the time of the traffic stop by Deputy Duke in August, it was Pennsylvania plate, no front license plate. Mr. Kohberger proceeded to finish his semester of studies at Washington State University and returned to Pennsylvania for the holidays. Law enforcement at this point were aware of Mr. Kohberger, had been accessing information about him, were trying to find him. They located him in Pennsylvania, and they conducted what's called a trash pull. During the nighttime hours, agents of the FBI, who assisted immensely with this case, working with the sanitation department back in this neighborhood in Pennsylvania, took trash that had been set out on the street for collection, sent the contents of that from the Pennsylvania residence of the defendant's parents to the Idaho State Forensic Laboratory, where the lab experts there were able to identify DNA on a Q-tip as coming from the father of the person whose DNA was found on the knife sheath that was next to Madison Logan's body in the bed. Subsequently, an arrest warrant was issued here in Idaho, and a search warrant was issued in the state of Pennsylvania with the assistance not only of the FBI, but the Pennsylvania State Police. Mr. Kohberger was arrested at his parents' home to return to Idaho. Upon his return to Idaho, a DNA sample was taken from him, and it matched the DNA found on the knife sheath next to Maddie's body at the crime scene. I can tell the court, in public, the weapon itself, the knife, has not yet been recovered. I can tell the court that the defendant's apartment in Pullman was searched, as well as his office. Spartan would be a kind characterization. There was virtually nothing there. Nothing of evidentiary value was found. And of course, we are now talking 6-8 weeks after the time of the killings. In Pennsylvania, the defendant's car was seized, and it was actually pretty much disassembled internally. And it also had been cleaned. There was a bucket of cleaner right beside it. I think we can all look to our own cars, you know, in those compartments in the doors. There's always some degree of crud in there. Would present to the jury that that was part of the defendant's plan in covering up this. The defendant has studied crime. In fact, he did a detailed paper on crime scene processing when he was working on his pre-doctorate degrees, and he had that knowledge and skill. So, Your Honor, at the end, the state submits that the evidence that I've given just a quick overview of, and that to present in court would consume weeks, which the state is prepared to do and has been prepared to do, would show that as the defendant has just admitted and pleaded guilty on November 13th, 2022, excuse me, Mr. Kohberger entered the residence of 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho. He did that with the intent to kill. We will not represent that he intended to commit all of the murders that he did that night, but we know that that is what resulted, and that he then killed intentionally, willfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice forethought, Manny Mogan, Kaylee Gonzalez, Ethan Chapin,
to committing these crimes. The court finds there is a factual basis. Therefore, with respect to count 1, burglary, felony, how do you plead, Mr. Kohberger, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 2, murder in the first degree, as it relates to the murder of Madison Mogan, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 3, as it relates to murder in the first degree for the murder of Kaylee Gonzalez, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 4, the first degree murder of Xana Kernodle, a human being, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 5, the first degree murder of Ethan Chapin, a human being, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Right. The court will find that the defendant understands the nature of the charges and each offense and the possible consequences to him of his guilty plea. The court finds that there is a factual basis for the plea and that finds the defendant believes the plea to be in his best interest. I find that the plea was given freely, voluntarily, and was intelligently made. I accept the plea. I direct that it be entered. I'll continue the matter for sentencing in this case. I think it was mentioned on the call Monday afternoon, the defense wishes to waive a pretrial investigation. Is that accurate?
Yes, Your Honor.
The state also?
Yes, Your Honor, the state does not believe pre-sentence investigation is needed given the evidence that is available. We want to, though, make sure that all of the victims have the opportunity to make statements to the court at sentencing.
Absolutely. And certainly both the state and the defense may present whatever sentencing memorandum and other documents you wish me to consider. The victims will be given an opportunity to provide the statements that they wish to at sentencing. Do we need more than 1 full day for sentencing?
I do not believe so, Your Honor. We have numerous victims, and we have victims who share unique perspectives on this, and we want to make sure that they all have time to express their feelings to the court. But I believe that if we can start perhaps 8:30 or so in the morning, that we should be able to complete it all in one day.
Defense agree with that in terms of the time frame?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So as it happens, we have some time reserved in this case in July and August. The week of July 22nd is available. I don't know if that's too soon for the parties or the next week, the week of August 4 is available. Any preference?
Your Honor, we're prepared as soon as the court wants to schedule it.
The state, I believe, would be prepared on the 22nd. Right. We've told the victims' families that we're looking at approximately those dates.
All right. So because of the plan to bring in so many jurors to fill out questionnaires, I had ordered that no other trials could take place in this courthouse the week of July 22nd. And so we will use that in terms of the sentencing date, because of what I'm sure will be the significant interest of the media and the public, and the logistics that will be required to make that happen. Without trials going, it'll be a lot easier to do. The reason we don't finish, we could continue into the 24th. We'll start at 9 in the morning. Does that give your team enough time, Sandra? 9 in the morning? All right. Any concerns with that date?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
No, sir.
All right. Any reason why I should not rescind the non-dissemination order at this time?
You're right. I think that given the history of this case, it would be best if that remained in place through sentencing. So we have time to make sure there's the ability to completely answer questions. That would be the state's preference and recommendation.
Would have no objection for the order to remain in place through sentencing.
All right. I will, at this point, the idea to keep it until sentencing, which time it would be withdrawn in order to give the parties the space and time to prepare to meet what I'm sure will be the deluge of media requests. That's at least my preliminary decision at this point. We can always revisit if it seems to be, for some reason, I should. That said, obviously, I don't think the defendant, a bond was ever set for the defendant. Were it would be revoked. The prior order allowing him to come in civilian clothes is revoked, given his plea and no longer the presumption of innocence. And in fact, now the actual conviction for the crimes. He will continue to be held at the jail pending sentencing. Is there anything else today?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
I assume that the trial date will be vacated and those 4 jurors will be released.
The trial will be vacated, and I'm sure that the jury commissioner will get word to those that receive their summons that they won't be required to attend. So that said, again, if you would all please wait for the parties and the victims' families and others to leave the courtroom before you do, I would appreciate it. And with that, we're adjourned. All right, please.
Wow.
Yeah.
That was wild. It looked like Ann Taylor was about to cry.
His whole team.
SGA now locked up long.
Whoa! Let's get rid of that. 1 second.
Yeah, I mean, you would think with what they have, and I saw that, I heard that Bill Thompson said that they have no direct evidence linking him to the house. And that, to me, is I always wondered, if they were going to have any direct evidence to link him to the house. They have circumstantial evidence, but that circumstantial evidence is, depending, is weak, but that's just my opinion. It could be stronger because there's stuff that's sealed. But yeah, you would wonder why he would take the plea, and I guess it's because he is guilty.
Before the judge even asked him a question, I'm going to do a zoomed in version, and we're going to go through it. And when we go through this in another show, I'll upload those this afternoon, but we'll use them in another show. You can literally see him adjusting his chair to answer into the microphone before he was even asked. And I sat back and I said, wow, this dude is eager to admit all of this stuff,
But he didn't talk about it. He just answered yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. And Bill Thompson gave his recitation of the facts, and it was kind of, I wanted to hear from BK, from Bryan. But I don't know. There's a lot we don't know, and there's some things
Yeah,
that
he
might
did it on purpose. He did it on purpose because it's like I brought up in the beginning of the show. If he really admits to this in this court hearing, what a sick ass motherfucker. And I'm sorry because you just like you made the families go through 2.5 years of this, and then you right before trial you rip away all the information that they thought that they were going to learn, that they needed as part of the healing process and to advance to the next step towards that. And these families were, my gosh, what a psycho ass move.
But there could also be another reason.
He wants special treatment. Yeah, he wants to use it as special treatment. I'll give you, think about it. These families want this information so bad. You don't think like prosecutors or some kind of representative of the family is going to keep, people that can actually make a difference where he's going to be incarcerated when it comes to his comfort. You don't think that they're going to use that to try and get information that they can give to the families? I think they would.
I don't even know what to think. It's all surreal because if it is what we thought it was, if they couldn't connect him directly to the house, it would be like him. It would be better for him to take a chance, but yeah. But then again, they asked Ann Taylor whether she had enough time to do discovery, and she said yes when she's been the whole time.
Ramsland already said she was willing to study and write books about BTK like she did BTK. I wouldn't be surprised if he keeps it all hush and keeps it for a book so then he can use that to pay back these families the restitution that he's going to have to pay.
Possibly. I know that he can't profit. I don't know what the laws in Idaho, but
it'll go to the families for the restitution. Whatever money gets made off that book will go off the books that he owes these families. And who isn't going to read a freaking book that's co-authored from Bryan Kohberger through Dr. Catherine Ramsland?
Yeah. Well, he was meeting with the pastor at the jail a lot initially when he was there. Maybe he, just wanted to do the right thing.
I'm sorry. I'm looking at him like a selfish ass prick because I already know what he's going to do. When I heard the plea deal was coming through the noise, and then I woke up this morning, I'm like, that's why he's doing it, because he wants to have it's leverage. It's all been leverage. It was leverage when he committed the crime. And that's what it's about. It's having the leverage. And when you have the secrets of what really took place, that's a lot of leverage. That's a lot of leverage.
It is.
Go ahead, Bryan. Go ahead.
With the judge saying that the gag order will eventually be lifted, I think that's a little better than we hoped for, because I kind of wondered if that would just stay quiet forever. So the families will get to know something.
How much is going to be redacted too?
True, but I think that it is still better that they will know something, I guess.
Yeah, but I just really feel like even the evidence isn't gonna, because they said they don't even have the connection, you know what I'm saying? And the evidence, it's gonna be, I feel, as generalized as we all thought it was this whole time, and the whole reason why we were asking all these questions and exploring all these different theories and possibilities. And BK is the only one that other than DM, let's be honest. DM has to know. Yeah, she wasn't part and wasn't walking with the person that committed the crime, but damn, where the crimes took place, right above your ceiling And then right across from your room. I mean, and they walked right in front of you to get to each.
Because think about it, if that was the case, that they didn't have direct evidence linking him to the house, it almost feels like you would want to take your chances.
Yeah.
You would.
Yeah.
So either he is, well, he's pleaded guilty.
It's
so
why Ann Taylor said it in all those court hearings. I don't see the link that, has my client, that's what she was saying. We just saw somebody that was selfish and a dude that this was part of a game.
Well, it could have been, and it could have been that there's other people involved, and he's just not going to take the risk for the death penalty for those other people.
Well, I mean, that's why I thought about the alternate perpetrator, but I'm sorry. When I seen, and we'll go through the zoomed in version, when I watched his body actions like a hawk, and his body actions told me that he wasn't covering for anybody. His body actions told me it's about the control, and this has been a game. And inside, I'm just laughing my ass off. And I could see, I could really see him. It's like Sea-Dog was saying. We all know the students were intoxicated as hell. We know that. Maybe maybe he didn't have help. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking at his body actions, and I just don't even see somebody that's covering for somebody. It looked like the dude was confident, eager, was like he wanted this moment. That's what it seemed like to me. Even when like Ann Taylor was speaking, he gave her this dead stare look, like making sure that she said it the right way. I mean, when you guys see the zoomed in version, and you'll know what I'm talking about. Like this dude literally looked like he was feeling as accomplished as he was the day that he committed the crime. Like that's what I saw in his body.
I don't even know what I think.
It's wild.
Yeah.
It's wild. And then the evidence, no link, other than the sheath. Anybody would have rolled the dice. Nobody that didn't commit this crime wouldn't have taken this plea deal. And you heard, what the judge said in the beginning when when it comes to the plea deal and the ramifications and the seriousness of it and what you're going to be facing moving on, Mr. Kohberger. Do you understand? Yes.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
I'm speechless.
I just saw somebody that was ready like this.
Well, he probably, if he is OCD, he can't handle the uncertainty, that he's just, that could be another reason. But I think the most likely, he pleaded guilty, so he's guilty. But there could still be other reasons, although those other reasons are not likely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand what you mean. Like, first in line is guilt. That's like the most likely thing, and everything is secondary to that. Even if they're somehow possible, he probably is guilty.
It's like Caddy says right here. I mean, listen, we've been defending the evidence. This is why we've all got to know each other. You know what I'm saying? Because we were all questioning this evidence, right? And it makes sense, but I'm sorry, I'm the one that smells the hot dog steaks, and I gotta say, look, it's a hot dog steak. And like Caddy says, maybe he wanted to see how far he could take it with all of the schooling, you know? Like he wanted to see how far he could take it, and famous for all the wrong reasons, exactly. And this right here, this is what I'm saying. Maybe he only, we don't know. We don't know if he committed other crimes in the past. We don't know. But what we do know is that we know that he did commit the crime against these four people. Until we know anything in the future that might come about, as far as we know today, he only committed these crimes against these four individuals in one setting. He wasn't some kind of SK, as far as we know today. So when you think about, just think about the devious, what's the word? The devious intentions. Okay, don't think about how many victims or how many different areas, or being this serial killer or anything. Think about just the deviousness of this soul and compare that to a serial killer. And I'm telling you right now, this right here, this game that was being played this whole time, I'm not going to enter a plea because I want to show me what you got, right? Show me what you got. In the States, like, we don't even have a link. And he's sitting there knowing this, playing this game, knowing that he committed this crime. He's just trying to extend it and drag it out and make the victim's families suffer even more. And then all of a sudden at the last minute, it's like that guy that's dangling a dollar bill on a fish hook. Oh, you're almost there. You're almost there. Oh, gotcha.
Well, it's such a twisted turn of events. And, something tells me, like, are we going to hear something more? Like, what happened to the investigation, the special prosecutor that was going to look into the case? And, like, what's going to happen with that? Because, I like that the judge said, because this points out the presumption of innocent idea or doctrine, is that he said, okay, when Mr. Kohberger comes back into court, he will no longer be able to wear a suit because the presumption of innocence is no longer applied to him. And so this case, if anything, was a lesson in the presumption of innocence. When somebody is presumed innocent, they are presumed innocent. And that's not just for the jury. The jury's instructed that they were presumed innocent, but that's for people who couldn't know, unless they're psychics, that he was presumed innocent. But now we heard it from the horse's mouth, at least he admitted it. So now that presumption goes away. And now people can talk about him in the way that
they have been.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, people might have suspicions that somebody is guilty, but there was a lot that was saying he was guilty, he was guilty, he was guilty.
Well, this is what's important about the prosecution admitting they didn't have the link. It means that all those people that were doing that they weren't doing it off of evidence, because the prosecution didn't even have the evidence.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
So that's important to point out too. The people that were all about that, guess what? You didn't have the evidence to go off of either. It was just going off of opinion. That's why it was different with us, because it wasn't about Bryan Kohberger. It was about the truth and justice and the facts. And that's the difference when it comes to that kind of conversation in what was actually true. Because yes, they didn't have that link either. And that was a very key point in that hearing too. Yeah.
It was a very, very key point. And that's why, when you think somebody's guilty, you might have a suspicion, but just to go all out on a campaign to say that this person's guilty, and I know
based off of your own previous schooling and experience.
Yeah, I mean, you never know.
This proves it was. It's like, dude, the prosecution didn't even have it.
Yeah, I mean, they
you
a
didn't
lot of
have it.
propaganda in this case.
Right.
So it was a compromise, and I don't see why Bryan would take the deal if he didn't do it, because there's reason for him to go forward and at least get one person to disagree.
Right.
So it's really crazy that yeah, and you know, so this was a good lesson. I mean, I learned a lot, and I'm just wondering if, because when I remember BTK giving, this is not BK, but the real unaliver BTK, he talked about what he did and how he went in there and what he did and blah, blah, blah. And here we heard Bill Thompson talk most of the time. And I just don't know if that's normal or if each state has their own.
When it comes to the sentencing, he might spill it. But I don't, I honestly, I think the dude is I could see with his body, and that's why I can't wait to break down the zoomed in version later on another show, is because I'm telling you, when I seen his body, the dude, this was the plan the whole time. Like this,
I don't know.
This, I don't think he's going to spill nothing. I really think that he's going to keep it and he's going to release it like a drip feed. I hate to say it, but I really feel like he's going to drip feed this shit. And he's going to make them suffer so long. So long.
Oh, don't say, oh, I hope not.
I'm serious. I'm talking like 10 years. Like drip feeding 10 years.
And you know,
I'm not going to tell you everything at any moment, at any time.
Now, while I'm interested in serial unalivers, and I have a whole, now that I've divulged, I have a whole book of that. People are going to suspect me for something. But because I have an interest in this type of stuff, I would like Dr. Ramsland to go interview him and get information on him and get to the why and how this all became. And
that's going to be his vessel.
But for the families, I know that they wouldn't want that. At least a couple of the family members wouldn't want that. But if he does it for restitution, but you know, money can't bring your loved one back.
It's not about the money. It's about the power. It's about the comfort. It's about the comfort. Look, if you, hey, I ain't saying shit. You know, he could drag this thing out. You know, he don't care. He literally drugged the 2.5 years out. You know what I'm saying? Like, he don't care. He knows. And he could be like, look, if you want me to tell, I don't have to say shit. I could die not saying nothing. If you want me to give you a little bit of something, guess what? Give me a three-time comfier mattress.
Yeah.
Bam, it's done. Yeah, you know what? I want access to this. Bam, it's done. You know, and I could see Ramsland listen, Ramsland, like, you listen to Ramsland and how much of a connection she has to BTK. Like, they give each other birthday wishes. Okay? Like, they give each other birthday wishes. You know damn well she's going to be that with Bryan Kohberger. Okay? And you know damn well Bryan Kohberger is going to use her as a vessel. And when I brought up the deviousness of their souls, and the reason I brought up BTK, and it doesn't matter how many people and all this other stuff, when you look at the deviousness of each soul between BTK and BK, I'm looking at BK and I'm like, damn, dude, you did one up BTK. You didn't have to go, as far as we know today, you didn't have to go commit all these other ones. Dude, you just played a sick ass twisted game, because BTK didn't even drag it out like that. Kohberger did. And what he did in doing that is he made these victims, these families, He made these families become victims way more than it should have ever even came to be, and he's going to continue to make them even more of a victim by keeping this information to the vest until he chooses to drip feed it. I see the deviousness, and I'm just like, dude, that it's so low. It's so low. It's like the lowest of the low.
Yeah, I feel like there would be no other reason for him to take it unless he did it. But there still could be other reasons. But like I said, the likely reason is that he did it. It's just such a strange crime, and I'd be happy if the non-dissemination order is lifted and we can see. But it was true that they didn't have any
direct connection. Minimal info and more to have speculation about, like we already have already. I mean, even the footage that got put out, you can see two different vehicles. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm saying it with none of this trial happening. I hate to see it. I hate to say it and I hate to see it, but Idaho 4, the topic in general, is just going to become conspiracy. I mean, there's never going to be an answer for it until, like I said a couple days ago, until BK comes out with a book. And Taylor can't even come out with a book. The prosecution can't even come out with a book that can really give you the details that are needed when it comes to answering all of the speculation out there. And there will be no more answers. And I don't even think, with the limited information that we're going to get after the non-dissemination's over, is even going to be information that's going to be able to clarify any of the speculation. And you see it happening with these other cases where for so long there's no updates, there's no information, there's no direction, there's no signs, and people are just creating fake ass stuff just to get people to show up to watch. And I really feel like that's going to happen. And the craziest thing to me, and also you have to include this family as well, because they're also a victim as well, is he also played his own family, ladies and gentlemen. He played his own mom and dad. He played his own sister. He played his own family. He played his own friends. He played everybody, not just the victims, the families of the victims, but also his own freaking mom and dad, dude.
And his team as well.
This is what I'm saying. Like, it's not like BTK slipped up using a print machine from the church and they found out the paper and connected
the disc.
The disc, and they connected it back to him. And then all of a sudden, okay, yeah, guys, I admit to doing it. Like, no, this is something that was drug out for 2.5 years. The families knew that this was the person. They were, and they had to sit here and wait, and they were all waiting for these answers. And then all of a sudden, he just pulls the rug right underneath everybody. Can you imagine what his family woke up to a couple mornings ago when they were seeing the reports, and they were probably going, is this even true?
Yeah.
Imagine what his family was thinking. Like, dude, we sat here and thought you were innocent this whole time, and your lawyers are fighting, and the evidence is shoddy, and all of a sudden you're pleading to this, son?
It's all very strange, all crazy. I don't know. I have to digest all of this.
Me too.
I know I have to digest it. Yeah.
I just spit out my coffee for the first time ever on my show. Because I have to digest all of this too.
I do. Like, I need to get, I probably need to get off the stream now and eat something and digest all this information.
Are you okay, CJ?
Yeah, it just went. I don't even know why I spit my coffee out, because I'm like, yeah, that's what we'll be digesting for. We'll be digesting for years, man.
Yeah,
yeah. No, I mean, if for my own selfish reasons, I would have wanted to see the trial, but that's not important.
Yeah.
What's important is if he did do it, then he made a plea, but I'm sure the family's going to be upset because he admitted to doing it and they wanted the full punishment.
Number one, that's why I was upset, is because, like I said, there's the healing process, there's steps, and you're trying to go up those steps, and it's a struggle. But with each thing, there's another step that you get past, and you're trying to get to that end goal. And that was the biggest part. And that's why I'm saying the deviousness of his soul. You're willing to do that, not only that, but drag it out like you drug it out. That's some sick stuff.
Like I say, maybe it's because the trial was coming up, but yeah, I mean, if he did it, why not say it in the beginning?
Power. Listen, Yoli, you even said it yourself, that you looked at it, and I was talking about a 1% chance rolling the dice, and when you have the prosecution admitting today that they didn't have a direct link, I'm sorry, that 1% dice roll went to like 25%. So the fact that you didn't even have to do it today, but you chose to do it today, you could have waited a little bit, but you just wanted to drag it out as much as possible because it's about that damn control, just like the control he had. You know how much control he has over these family souls right now, just like he did of these victim souls when he committed the crime. He's sitting there going back to his jail cell, laughing his ass off that the fact that these families aren't going to know exactly how
I hope he's not doing that.
Oh, I bet he is. I could see it in his body action. Dog, thank you so much for the contribution, $5. Are you happy he pleaded? I know it should have been done earlier. We are happy he didn't walk right. This is the thing. I just wanted the right person to be convicted for the crime. Yeah. That's all it was about. That's it.
We do have that. I mean, he's pleaded guilty, so even though it's like you keep saying, it's just such a strange case. I mean, at the end of it all, we do have what we hoped for. It's the right person.
Unless he had help, and he's just not going to. I mean, I don't know. See, that's why I need to digest it, and I can't.
I know. I was thinking about doing the show tonight, and I'm like, I kind of might have to digest it a little bit tonight and then talk about it tomorrow because
I want to see what comes out, what the general, what other people think.
And I think it'll be easier to comment on it after he has lifted the gag order. I mean, then we can look at the whole thing and kind of maybe try and figure out what happened here.
Because I do want to know. I want to know details, not because I'm interested in true crime, always been interested in true crime, interested in these types of cases. And I do want to know. And oh my God, but that doesn't mean that I'm disrespecting any family members. It's just that's what I want. I want to know. And I just hope it doesn't offend anybody.
I know one thing that I want to do, because really all of this stuff that and Rosie knows how much I've had prepped for, I don't know, probably 20 plus shows to do on Idaho 4 that I never even got to, stuff that we never even ended up finishing. But I really feel like, whenever I looked at a lot of the for instance, the paper that he did for the schooling, I looked at it as a student writing it. I want to kind of go back and look at some of that stuff again,
knowing that
he admitted it, and because it's going to give me, because like I said, when I went through all that stuff a couple years ago, I went through it like it was a student that was on, I would be like, that's how I would answer the question. Just like, when I went out to Moscow and I'm like, if the person that wanted to commit this crime lived at Steptoe, they wouldn't have driven this route, like they would have did this and did this. And so when I also look at what he did when committing this crime, I'm sitting there going, damn, dude, you went to school. And I was even coming up with ways for you to get away with it that were obvious that you didn't do it the way that you did it. And so it makes me wonder, like, how good were you, dude? Because if somebody that never went to school for it can sit there and give you a better map of how to commit the crime and get away with it, well, then what good was the schooling in the first place? Because look, if that's how you committed this crime, we've always said it was looked like a lost DoorDash driver, Joe Dirt delivering a freaking pizza, dude. How do you even mess up like that? You know what I'm saying?
And I mean, look, I've done those kinds of assignments as well in my degree, and I still maintain there's nothing special about his assignment unless there's something more that they know about it.
Yeah, and you would know, I mean, that's your area, yes, and you would, when you write a paper like that,
I've written papers like that.
I'm saying beyond it, all of the schooling, the digital forensics, all of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, I never went to school for digital forensics, and look at this, like, look what I'm accomplishing. Like, it just, I don't know. That's why I said it was like Joe Dirt delivering a freaking pizza. Like, come on, dude.
Well, that's what it looked like.
Like, come on, dude. Like, seriously? Like, you're supposed to be this accomplished, like academic, and here you, like, the route even, man. Like, the route even. It's like, what? Come on now. With that 1 second, Rosie, with that fake caller, C-Dog, I saw you typing a couple messages, dude. Like, it was obvious. That's the day that I quit watching that person all the way back then, because I remember standing in front of my TV going, dude, you're manipulating this conversation because the dude is saying that the stuff he is talking about took place 10 years before, and the person on the other end was making it out like, oh, for real, dog, you like, this was just now. Like, it was an obvious manipulation. Hidden True Crime did a great episode with the real person, and how much it had damaged his life, and what that person's platform had done to this individual in his life. And so I don't really entertain either one of them, because it was debunked as soon as I saw it. It was debunked as soon as the dude came out on Hidden True Crime. And we've all seen what kind of, I should say, stuff that gets made up when it comes to that other platform. You know what I'm saying? The fake. We just exposed some fake a couple days ago as well. Yes, it happens in this community. So please, I see your messages, but there's no reason to entertain either one of them, honestly, because what that person did to that person that called in just to have some conversation. When you have a platform like that, it's your responsibility to respect the comfort of the people that fucking call into your show. And the fact that you're going to twist and manipulate people's lives so you can have some, that's wrong to me. And I'm sorry. Sorry, Rosie. I just had to say that real quick.
No.
Okay, well, I have to go. I have some work stuff, but we'll see about tonight. Maybe we need some time to just digest it.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna work on the Zoom versions, get those put out, and then I'm gonna think about doing that show. But I also feel like I want a little bit more time too to
kind of see what
to digest.
I kind of want to see what criminal defense attorneys are saying, because I want to know. I mean, I want to know what they have.
Yeah, seriously. Yeah, to see what they say, because I mean, like, some of them were even saying when this news came out, like, you're taking a plea deal? Question mark. Like, these are legal professionals saying this too, and you're like,
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Like what? Just like the same thing we were saying. Thank you for hanging out, Yoli. I appreciate it. And let me know. We'll figure out a time. We'll get together on that next show that we do.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Well, I'll see you guys.
See you later.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, what a shock, Rosie.
I know. And I mean, I'm also still digesting this.
I'm angry. I'm really angry right now just because of what the game that was being played on these families and what it did to the families and what it's going to do in the future to these families. And if anybody, I was worried about Christy. You know what I'm saying? I was worried about Christy before this even took place. And now that the DP is gone, which is what she, death row shirt, now that the DP is gone, now that she don't even know the answers of what happened to her child.
Yeah.
Man. Oh.
Yeah. I mean, I still feel there was something wrong in the way the sheath was handled. At least. I don't know if I trust the sheath, but the rest of the investigation, I guess, I mean.
Well,
yeah.
This is why they don't have a direct link. Okay. I don't trust the investigation either, and I never had. This is why they don't have a link. It's because of this right here. Okay. When your investigation starts off like this.
Right. Yeah.
That's why there was no direct link. It was too contaminated.
Yeah. But still, I mean, wow. Like, what a turn of events.
Yeah, and that's where the other there was a lot of people, and this is what I'm saying about the speculation, and this is why I feel unfortunate for the Idaho 4 community coming up in the future when it comes to all the people that are going to have unchecked speculation shows going, is, even before the people that were like, but there was other DNA on the sheath, and it's like, yes, it was the victims. They're not going to announce that it was the victim's DNA because it's freaking obvious that the victim's DNA was on it. But C-Dog brought up a great point earlier as well, when it comes to the DNA that was on the sheath. Because if the crime had started off on the second floor,
right, yeah,
Xana and Ethan's DNA would have been on that sheath as well. So we know that the crime started in the third floor. Now, when it comes to the whole rundown and how I think it took place, I really feel, and who knows, I would like to know one day, for my own selfish reasons, dude, did you jump and lunge yourself up on that third floor deck and get through the sliding glass door? Because when I went there, that's what I would have done if I was going in there to commit the crime, because that's the last door somebody's going to see me break into or even come across. So it shows right there. That's why the dog was heard barking. That's why somebody thought that a roommate was playing with the dog, was because why would you think, oh, there's a killer in the house that's playing with the dog before the killing took place? You don't think that. So you see how all of that stuff plays out. Was upstairs in that bedroom with the puppy. Walked out of the bedroom, walked straight across, went into the third floor bedroom with Kaylee and Maddie, and and we won't find out for sure, but I still feel this is how it took place. Did what he did while he could to Kaylee and Maddie until there was commotion downstairs, had to run downstairs, take out the threats downstairs, and then went back upstairs and finished what he did with Kaylee's injuries. And And so we do know that he started off on the top floor. Elisanda, when I'm sorry, when I mean, if you're looking at when you, I'm not, when I'm looking at I'm going off of BK's actions in this courtroom today. And BK accepted a plea deal I would never accept. You had a better chance of winning the case with the trial when the prosecution even self-admittingly said that they didn't have a direct link with you in the house. You had 25% chance of winning through a jury trial. You literally took a plea deal, no appeal, no parole. And I was shocked because when I saw Bryan Kohberger's actions in court today, he was eager, he was confident, he was for sure, and it looked like like this was his day. This was his and like he felt just as accomplished as he did the day that he committed the crime.
I mean, I have to admit I'm struggling with it, but I logically I get what you're saying, and I agree with you, and it's still logical, but it feels weird. Like
it does, because it's been you invest all this time into the evidence, right, and questioning the evidence, and so you were like, I mean, we heard the prosecution today say we didn't have that direct link. The questions of the evidence that we were doing the last 2.5 years was for a reason, was because there was no link, because the evidence needed to be questioned, right? And so that was there, and and yes, it's a shock when you're used to something that I would say appears a certain way for so long, and then all of a sudden it's like, whoa, yes, it is shock. It's shock value. It's like you got in a car accident. You know what I'm saying? You're like, whoa. But at the same time, we have to look at it for what it is. And this is why the hearing was important today, because you not only got to hear his voice, you got to see his body action. Excuse me. You got to see his body actions. You got to see that. And that says a lot.
It's definitely, like, for me at least, and I think you as well, it's definitely not something I'm finding easy.
No, but I might have.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying logically that, I mean, he said he did it. He said so.
Yeah, he did. I mean, and like I said, you have a 25% chance of a jury member saying not guilty, and you don't do any plea. I mean, the judge even said, do you understand the severity of what you're admitting to? And yes. The dude was so eager to answer questions, he adjusted his chair and leaned up before the judge was even asking him a question. I'm like, damn, bro. Like, that right there showed me that's where I feel like that's when I started seeing the confidence. I'm like, what, dude? Like, you're not even, like, it's like you couldn't even wait for this moment to sit there and go, yes, I did this. Like, you're getting all ready to lean up to it, and I'm like, damn. And I thought it was maybe a strategy too when I first heard the news. When I first did the show, when the news broke, and I'm like, maybe it's a strategy. But the more that you break it down, this isn't a strategy. There is no strategy in this. If there was strategy, the strategy would have been not accepting a plea deal and taking a chance on that one jury member saying that you're not guilty, than just throwing it all away, period. Because when it comes to the death penalty, this is why it wasn't a strategy either. Because when it comes to the death penalty, dude, you got another 27 years average in Idaho before you even have to worry about that, right? So that's not a strategy, because if it was the strategy to not die very quick, if I get found, look, bro, you ain't going to get executed in 6 months after you're found guilty. It would take an average of 27 years. There's no strategy in that. There's none. Because if you would have lost that case, guess what? You would have had that. There's a reason why it takes an average of 27 years, because they want to make sure that they're not executing somebody that was falsely convicted. So there was no strategy in avoiding the death penalty other than for his own selfish reasons. I thought it was too, but there was no strategy in this. There wasn't. There's none.
Yeah, look, and I mean, I also maintain we'll know more as time goes on. This case, things usually aren't straightforward, especially for us who really thought that he was innocent. But we will. I mean, we will know as the gag order gets lifted and we get more information. We'll figure out exactly what happened here. But I mean, like I said, it's not something that's coming easy. But I mean,
no, right, and it's like this, and I'm sorry to see you go. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, this whole time, it's never been about Bryan Kohberger. This has been about the truth and justice for these victims and these families, no matter who it was. You know what I'm saying? And if it means that, we've never been a part of a BK train. It's been a train of truth and justice. And when this dude admits this, and there is no strategy behind this, there is none. There's nothing but arrogance and confidence behind it, and we've always had beautiful conversations. I'm sorry to see you go, but at the same time, I'm not going to change my position or what I report to you, because I'm here to talk the truth. I'm here to tell you what the truth is. Why do you think I get so much hate when I expose the hot dog steaks? Because I expose them to you guys way before you guys even fucking smell them. And then months later, you all of a sudden you smell them and you're like, oh, shit, that's right. Well, listen, that's part of what I understand. It's part of this gig of speaking and being about what I'm about, is a lot of the hate that comes my direction. I understand that. But the thing is in the long run, in the long game, even the people that want to talk shit today, in the long game, they will go back and they'll be like, well, yeah, like it was about truth and justice, and maybe I didn't agree, and that's fine. I'm not saying you have to agree with what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that, hey, I'm gonna speak how I speak. I let you all speak how you speak. I don't condemn what any of you guys say based off of your belief or opinion or position. The only time I do is if it's disrespectful, and that's it. So to say that, because the dude admitted it. No plea, no appeal. I don't know what else you want to say. The judge gave him the severity. He understood it, spoke confidently, asked if he was threatened, if any other reasons. Nope. I did it. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what else I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, it sometimes, like I said, if it's about truth and justice, it doesn't matter whose name it is. It's the fact that truth and justice happened, and that's what happened today. The person, and he self-admittingly said he committed the crime and did all these things. Justice and truth happened today because the person that did the crime, according to him, is going to be in. He's going to be in prison for the rest of his life. I mean, what if that was your family member? I would want the same thing. That's how I look at these people. When you empathize with people, you put yourself in their shoes. You look at them as your family. You know, that's why I do what I do and have done what I've done for the last few years. It's been a path in my life that I never even thought that I would go down. I never thought that I would sit there. I enjoyed coming home and eating fucking Cheetos on my couch and playing video games and having fun with fucking friends, going golfing and doing shit and going to the movies and all this other shit all the time. You know what I'm saying? I had a lot of fun doing that. It was a fun fucking life. But it came to a point where I was like, dude, there's another reason that I'm here, and it's a reason to help. It's a reason to help. And so that's why I don't even do anything for myself. It's always about working for this and working for that and working for this just to try and make a difference because you care about people like they are a friend or a loved one. And so if I'm looking at these victims like they're a friend and they're a loved one, and I'm looking at the person that just admitted to what they admitted to, I have to say justice was served today.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I feel like I don't even have a solid opinion on this. Like, maybe I'm just, a late bloomer, but it's taking time.
It's a shell shock. Yes.
Yeah.
Rosie, like, I fucking went out to Moscow, man. Like, and I'm sitting there trying to show people, like, this crime don't even happen like this, you guys. You know what I mean? I went out there to document the house because it was important to show people, like, dude, this evidence don't make sense. And I can sit there and give you Google all day, but let me go there and get this footage so I can show you guys.
Yeah.
Trust me, I know. Shell shock like a Ninja Turtle, man. Like I am. But at the same time, I'm not shell shocked about what I just saw in this court hearing. And I saw that person confident, eager. This was BK's day in his mind. And he got to go back. He got to go back to his cell knowing that he holds the secret of what happened.
Yeah.
It's another reason why serial killers don't give you all the details of all the crimes they committed or tell you all of the people that they committed the crime against. It's that power of information that they hold over you.
Yeah. And I mean, like, I'm looking forward to the Zoom versions. Like, I feel like I need to see it again.
Oh, you
a few times, and then it'll start to settle and sort of sink in as well. But yeah, no, definitely looking forward to that. But
you got to see it. You got to see it. I'm going to put that one out first, then I'll put out Bill Thompson prosecution, then I'll put out the judge. But the main one is going to be the zoom in of Bryan, because when you guys see it, you're going to see the same thing that I'm saying. You're going to see it. You're going to see him adjust and get ready to lean in and answer the question. You're going to see the confidence in his voice, in his jaw, in his posture. You're going to see the stares that he's given. It's going to be in 1080p. You're going to see the stares that he's given Ann Taylor. You're going to see those little things, and you're going to come across with the same thing going, dude, this was like this is like, this was right under the accomplishment of him committing the crime, like the accomplishment of doing what he did today and then being able to hold the secret key to what took place. And he's the only one. Like, that's some freaking power, man. He's the only one that has that key. And he's the only one that has control if you get to see it or not. That is freaking power.
Yeah. Yeah. And also, I mean, I was focusing a lot on Ann Taylor. She looked like she wanted to, like, reach out and stop him. Like,
I saw the way she was looking at him, and it was like she was crying, like she was about to cry. I was just like, especially towards the end, when you see the zoomed in version of it, it'll probably come out in about 2 hours. So look for it in about 2 hours, hour and a half. When you see the zoomed in version and you see the way that she's looking at him, especially towards the end, it's like you can see it in her face. It's like she was about to cry. Like,
no, the whole team looked that way. Her more so.
They were stunned.
Yeah. I mean, I guess, I don't know. Do you think that they had like a meeting and he was like, listen, guys, thanks for everything, but.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure they had a meeting where, that's why I asked Yoli, like, would a lawyer go to their client regardless of whatever regardless of whatever whatever the court the trial is about. That's why I was like, do you go to your client and advise them like this is a better way that we should go, or do you just, okay, let's sign the paper? Because I really feel like that whole team, I'm sure they sit with them all the time. I'm sure Ann Taylor does most of it, but I guarantee like the whole team probably sits in there 75% of the time with her. And I'm sure they all, like, this is an important hearing. I'm sure they all sat down with him and was like, like, everybody's shell shocked. Like, imagine our shell shock, and we weren't even involved in that team. Imagine their shell shock. They had to be sitting there going like, are we? Is this even? And
yeah, I mean, the way that Ramsland said that he had her fooled, it would be the same with his team. I mean, I really do get the impression that they believed in what they were doing.
Well, yeah, when you have experts that literally, and some that worked for prosecution, when you have experts that join the defense or want to join the defense and show that what they were, the evidence wasn't showing that, and it wasn't, because again, the prosecution self-admittingly today said there was no link directly. So the people that were on the side of BK trying to say like, look, the evidence doesn't show this, you know what I'm saying? That's why I said this was no strategy. Because if you were about strategy, that you had a 25% chance of a dice roll with a jury trial. When you have experts that even used to work for prosecution sitting there saying that the evidence doesn't show the client committed the crime. This was no strategy. You had a good chance at winning this trial. You really did. And so, no, this is the no appeal I'm sorry, there is no strategy with it. If this was your strategy, then you're as dumb as Joe Dirt delivering a fucking pizza. Seriously. You deserve to show up like they said that you showed up at the house to commit the crime, because that's another Joe Dirt delivery pizza move. For real. If this was strategy, dude, you're as dumb as a fucking box of rocks, bro.
Yeah. Well, time will reveal as much as it can, I guess.
That's the only thing it can do, and the unfortunate thing is it's going to take a long time. We thought the 2.5 years to trial was long enough to where we were going to find the answers. 2.5 years ain't nothing. He just prepared us to wait for eternity. Think about what he did. People that he don't even know, he also, just think about the control he had. People he don't even know. All of these platforms that talked about this case, that explored all these things, we're not even gonna know.
Yeah.
That's control.
Yeah.
That's a sick motherfucker.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, look, I still maintain that I'm proud of us for questioning it. We had legitimate questions. It's just,
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. It's it's crazy. Like, he holds the answers to the key. It's like I said, the community now is going to become nothing but speculation, because nothing will be answered, not even in this non-dissemination order going away.
Yeah, I think the best we can do is just reflect responsibly, like those things that you want to look at again. I think that's a good idea, because I mean, of course, we approached it from the presumption of innocence. Yes, well, no. I mean, he was asked if he was
Yeah.
doing this. Like,
Today was the day. Yeah, today was the day.
He was asked, "Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?" And he said yes.
Mm-hmm.
So that was his cue to be like, you know, yeah.
Today was the day, dude. That's why, you know, a lot of people, you know, were, well, there's no way, and I'm like, look, dude, you don't plead to this deal. It's not, because at first, you can go to my damn live stream. At first, when I first heard about it, I was talking about, could this be a strategy? I already thought, like, that's where I already went to the first time I heard about it. And as I started to register what was in front, the more that time goes on, it's like, no. And the more that you see, it's like, no. And that's why I'm so glad. I am so glad that this court hearing was televised. I'm so glad it was live streamed. And it wasn't just a piece of paper with the signature or a transcript of the court hearing, because, oh my gosh, you have to see, and I can't wait to do the Zooms. You have to see the body movements, and it's very important. And that right there says a lot, because I don't know if it was just the transcript and a piece of paper, then I would still go, you know, there would still be so many friggin' questions. There really would.
Yeah. I mean, I maintain, like, I still feel like anything's possible. I know that some people are adamant that this was some kind of coercion. I'm not necessarily saying that couldn't be what's happening. I just think that the likelihood is quite low. But then again, with this case, as things go on, there's always surprises. I just think that, you know, it doesn't get more clear than somebody saying, "Are you pleading guilty because you're guilty?" And that person saying, "Yes." Like, that's as clear as something is going to get. Yeah.
That's why it was good to see it, because you had to see it and hear it. And I'll do the zoomed in, and I'll get that out in an hour and a half, 2 hours, and you guys can see it for yourself. I'm glad, because it put a lot of questions to bed for me. I mean, I know there's a lot of people having a hard time dealing with it, and it's because you're tying it to BK. You weren't tying it to the truth and justice for these victims and these families. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? You were tying it, and just like the guilters, the same people, like, going off and you know, oh, it's no doubt, slam dunk, bam, 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 but yet the own prosecutors didn't even have the evidence to say the same thing that you're saying, and so they were also tied to the name Bryan Kohberger. You know, there's both sides that were tied to the name.
Yeah,
and that's got exposed today too. You know,
I think
real about the truth and justice.
I think it's important when people show that they can change their minds, even if they change their minds a few times, because that thing of being flexible, I think, is important. I mean, if people are too inflexible, it's a problem. It means that, like you say, they're clinging to the idea of the person, and they have a loyalty to that person or a disloyalty to that person. But when people can look at the facts and say, okay, well, I was wrong, then I think that's a sign of, like, a lot of character. So I agree with you.
It shows that what did we question? We questioned the evidence. The reason that we questioned if BK did it was because we questioned the evidence, right? So when you're looking back at the last few years, okay, because we covered it the first day it happened. When you're looking back at the last almost 3 years, it was questioning evidence. It wasn't, no, this person is innocent as hell. No, because you could go back to shows that I did the first couple months, and after he was arrested, and you'll hear me saying in month 4 of my show, you'll hear me say, look, I wasn't there. I don't know if the dude did it or not. And if the evidence shows it, well, then it shows it. But it's about questioning the questions that need to be asked and trying to find the answers for those questions. And that's why whether he was, because look, I even had this thought in the back of my mind when I started doing it too. I always have to approach innocent until proven guilty because that's what I would expect for myself. And I always have to ask questions that need to be asked, because if people don't ask questions, then people, uh, uh, when you don't ask questions, then people can get away with doing whatever they want. And I wouldn't want that to happen to me either. And when it comes to that, the whole time, uh, that's where you'll see the difference, because um, it was all questions. It was all questions. And even right after that, I never knew for sure. But what I am gonna be about is the truth and justice. And when you know that you're about the truth and justice, you don't do shows where, yeah, this MFer is guilty as hell, 100%, bam, bam, bam. And you don't do shows that this person is 100% completely innocent, bam, 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 bam. You do the shows that discusses what really needs to be discussed, and that is the questions.
Yeah. And we did that. We did.
And
we'll just have to see where it goes from here. Yeah. I'm also gonna do a couple of rewatches on my channel. See what we see. It's crazy though. It's been a crazy day. Jeez.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that there's not even any need to even go through anymore. You know what I'm saying? I don't need to go through my footage anymore, because what? For what? I mean, for what? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what Idaho 4 is such a beautiful community too. And I feel so bad because there's so many people that, care so much and can be easily manipulated by certain agendas out there. And it's scary to see what's going to take place in the near future, just based off of no answers for any of it.
But I do agree with you about it being a beautiful community. I mean, I'm glad that I found all of you guys through the case, like from the other side of the world, right? So
yeah, I mean, and it is, because there's a lot of different communities for different cases out there. And I'm going to be honest, like this, even though there's, even though there's like, your emotional butt heads that are out there, dude, really, when it comes to some of these other cases, like Idaho 4, there's a couple butt heads out there, but honestly, for the most part, it really, compared to these other cases, it really is a beautiful community, because there's a lot of stuff that just doesn't take place in this community that does in some of the other cases. And so I really feel bad, because there's a lot of people, you even see it, in the comment sections and stuff like that. There's a lot of people that are just willing to believe whatever they're told, and the stuff that people are going to go to just to get viewers to show up. I mean, they were already doing it before the trial. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to some of the theories that these people were coming out with, and it was just like, dude, how do you even... I asked the same question. Do you even know how to make oatmeal? Like, how do you even come to this? You know what I'm saying? And it's Bryan Kohberger holds that key. Prayers, Kid Kitty. Hopefully you're safe. Bryan Kohberger holds that key, and he can hold on to it as long as he wants. And that's the scary part of it all. And I don't even think he's going to tell everything to Ramsland either. I think he's going to keep stuff that he's going to take with him. I really do.
Yeah. I will tell.
That's all it can do. All time can do is tell you whatever you want to know. You know, will I be rich one day? I don't know. Time will tell you. You know what I'm saying?
It's still telling us. We're waiting to.
When will I need new tires on my car? I don't know. Time will tell you.
That will be the next t-shirt.
That's the unfortunate part. Time tells all. And it just like this case, we all questioned all of this. And time told us. 2.5 years later, time told us that Bryan Kohberger admitted to the crime and knew the ramifications, knew the severity, and spoke confidently and even stood up. Judge even said, "Look, Bryan, I appreciate the respect, but I don't even need you to stand up." You see, like, I'm sorry. I'm in shock too, but you know what? I gotta call it like I see it. I don't want to lie to you guys, and I never will, you know?
We know.
Whether you like it or not, I'm gonna tell you the truth because it's how I approached my business life too, in management all those years. Is like, and maybe that's why I was so successful everywhere I went, because I was not the person that was gonna tell you what I thought you wanted to hear. I was gonna tell you, you know, and a lot of people respected me because of that, you know, because they're like, dude, you're in this position and you're willing to like tell people like how you really feel. Yeah, I do, because I don't want to waste time. I don't have that much time, and why add more fluff in between when we can just get to it right away? You know what I'm saying? Like, let's just listen, we don't live in a make believe fairy tale world. Let's just talk like it is, you know? Why waste time? We don't have it.
I know.
And I wouldn't do the same on this. I approach it the same way. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna say something I don't feel. I mean, I understand not everybody's gonna like me, and it is what it is. I'm not here to please anybody. I'm here to please myself and my family, and that's who I'm worried about. My family, my friends, the people that are in my inner circle. There's a billion people on this planet, and just because you don't like me doesn't mean that this person won't either. So I'm just,
we know. No, we appreciate that.
When you tie your emotions into other people, they control your life. You should be in control of your life, and the only way that you can be completely controlling of your life is to only go off of you and your loved ones. It doesn't matter what other people think about you. It doesn't matter, because then they're deciding how your life goes. You never let anybody else have that control. When you have that control, you'll never be able to achieve what you want to achieve, or be as happy as you can ultimately be or could have been, because you allowed other people to control your happiness. Never let anybody make you think that you're less or not worth because of how they feel. It doesn't fucking matter. It don't. Now, it would to you because you're my friend, Rosie. It would to my family and my, you know, my angels, because I care. We care. We're, you know, but
no, I know what you mean.
When it comes to somebody that I just, you know, I don't even, you know, a YouTube name. Okay.
Yeah, and look, I mean, people are going to be upset. It's going to happen.
I know. There was people already upset with me when I first, when the news first came out, and I'm sitting there going,
You've been upset with me since yesterday.
Right, I'm sitting there going, what person takes a plea deal with no parole and no appeal? I'm sorry. It sounds to me like you're guilty.
Yeah, no, people have been upset. I've had some upset people. It's gonna get worse, but you know, we carry on.
What is this? Laramie family? Who are they?
Huh?
Madison Mogan? Oh, hold on. Steve Thank you, Caddy. Steve also came out
Also,
and
just
made a statement. Go ahead.
in the meantime, just to let Cherry know, yes, he took guilty on all 5, and there was no mention of anybody else or anything like that. So,
No.
but do definitely watch it again. It was quite a watch. Like, make sure you don't miss any minute of it.
Well,
But
and
yeah.
I'll have the Zoom version with the audio as well, obviously. So you'll be able to see, because that zoomed in version is going to be I really think it's going to help people see like what I'm saying. Let me see here. Let me share this. So this is Kaylee. This is Steve G talking, and then we'll go to the Mogan family here in a second.
Within an hour now, quadruple murder suspect Bryan Kohberger will go before a judge. He's expected to plead guilty for the brutal killings of 4 University of Idaho students. The father of one of those victims, Steve Gonsalves, just spoke to reporters outside the courthouse.
What do you want to happen? Why do you want this to go to trial?
Because then my peers of this community will decide that he's guilty. We could take it out of frickin' Thompson's hands. One man shouldn't decide what 4 souls are worth.
Jonathan Hunt is outside the courthouse in Boise. Jonathan.
Harris, and the conversations with Steve Gonsalves have been very interesting over the last 48 hours, of course. And one of our crews, led by Chanley Painter, my colleague, caught up with Steve just before he walked across to the court there. And he told her that in his view, the prosecutor, quote, has done a deal with the devil, clearly meaning there that he considers Bryan Kohberger the devil. Bryan Kohberger, of course, we believe in just about 30 minutes will enter the courtroom behind me here and will plead guilty to those 4 felony counts of murder. The Gonsalves family is just one family, of course. We have to point out that we've also seen the Chapin family going in today, the family of Ethan Chapin, the young man who was murdered. The Chapin family say they have agreed to and support the plea deal. The Mogan family, the family of Madison Mogan, also killed in that house in Moscow, Idaho, back in November 22, also say they support the deal. But the Gonsalves family have been outspoken throughout this in being critical of the way the entire prosecution has been run over the past 2.5 years, and they are clearly angry. I can tell you this, that Steve Gonsalves escorted members of his family up to the courthouse door, and then he himself turned around, walked back here past our cameras. He is refusing to even go inside the courthouse as a form of protest against this deal. So that is one voice. There are others who support this deal. It is obviously a very emotional day indeed for the families of all of those victims. And what a lot of them, I think, would have liked to hear as part of this plea deal, even if they were going to support it, was Kohberger being forced to explain why he did what he did, why he chose their children as victims. As we understand it from the reporting of Fox Digital, he is not going to be required to offer that explanation as part of this plea deal. What the families might get, Harris, in about a month's time, if indeed Kohberger does go through with this change of plea in about 30 minutes' time, there will be a sentencing hearing towards the end of this month, we understand. And there, the victims' families will be able to make victim impact statements. Then they'll get the chance to look Kohberger in the eye and say,
yeah, we know that. Okay. My bad. I thought they had Steve G on there. Clickbait. Sorry about that. Let me go to this one. This isn't clickbait. Thank you, Caddy.
I'm Leander James from the law firm of James, Vernon and Weeks in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. I'm a victims' rights attorney. For the past 2 years, I've had the privilege and the honor to provide pro bono representation in this criminal case for Karen Laramie and Scott Laramie, the loving mother and stepfather of Maddie Mogan. I will be reading a statement of gratitude today from the Laramies. 962 days ago, we lost our Maddie, our kind, loving, vivacious, and caring daughter full of purpose and promise. We are grateful for the gift of her life, and we have grieved the loss of that life during each of these 962 days. We love you, Maddie, and we miss you. We are grateful for the gift of the young, vivacious, promising lives of Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. And we deeply, deeply mourn their senseless loss. We remain in solidarity with their families and friends, and we continue to shower them with our prayers and support. We are grateful for their prayers, love, and support that they have given us. They have helped us and sustained us during our darkest times. We are grateful to the prosecutor, Bill Thompson, and his dedicated and caring team, including victim coordinators, Kim and Stacy, who have helped to guide us through the sometimes confusing and disorienting legal process. Thank you for all your dedicated, diligent, and tireless commitment to justice and the successful outcome reached today. We support the plea agreement 100%. While we know there are some who do not support it, we ask that they respect our belief that this is the best outcome possible for the victims, their families, and the state of Idaho. We extend our deep gratitude to the many law enforcement officers and staff who worked tirelessly to obtain the critical evidence that brought justice today, including the Moscow Police Department, the FBI, the Idaho State Patrol, and the Lehigh County Sheriff's Department. We are deeply grateful to Judge Hippler and Judge John Judge before him. We thank you for your diligence, thoughtfulness, and judicial guidance. We appreciate the difficult work you have done to balance the rights of all involved and to uphold the rule of law. You have had our prayers and support throughout this case. We send our love and gratitude to the many family and friends who have supported us, cared for us, and helped us to heal our open emotional wounds. To the good people of North Idaho, who have showered us with kindness and support, we thank you. We also mourn today with you the recent tragic and senseless loss of two brave North Idaho firefighters. We extend our prayers and support to their families. You are not alone. We understand your pain. For all parents who have endured the loss of a child, we know recovery is a long and at times an almost unbearable journey. But you are not alone. And there is hope and there is healing. We thank those in the press who have respected our privacy and the grieving process and the privacy and grieving process of the families of Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. To others in the press, we gently encourage you to do the same. We thank the many people across our nation and beyond who have reached out to us, prayed for us, and extended their kindness. You too have helped us on our journey to heal. We now embark on a new path. We turn from tragedy and mourning. We turn from darkness and uncertainty of the legal process to the light of the future. We have closure. We embark on a path of hope and healing. We invite all of those who have mourned with us to join us, and we wish you well. Thank you. I will now share a few words of my own. Over the past 2 years, I've been amazed and humbled by Karen and Scott's strength, endurance, and faith. They have uplifted me and so many. They founded a nonprofit to help others in the name of Maddie. They have been a beacon of hope amidst a dark and tragic time. To those young and bright attorneys out there looking for purpose and meaning in your profession, I invite you to join the effort of crime victim attorneys to bring victims justice with compassion, empathy, humility, and understanding. This case is not the end of violence. This case is not the end of lawlessness. We need your help to bring hope and healing to the innocent caught in the crossfire of life. Thank you all.
I want to also make.
All right, let me switch to this. This shows some photos close up, and then, like I said, it'll take about an hour and a half after we're done with the show, and I'll have that zoomed in version pulled up. Here's some video of close photos.
Following today's plea deal. Plus.
All right, so you'll get the zoomed in version. It'll be zoomed in like that. And honestly, I'm probably going to cut out this right here, and I'm just going to have it focused on the 4 people. So it'll be zoomed in probably another 125% more. But I mean, that's when you're looking at that face now, you know.
Yeah.
Right, Sea Dog. What's up, Mr. Myers? Maybe these are it. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, it's I don't know. it's a different, you know, it's
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I feel like all of the photos of him have been. Yeah, I agree with Cherry. Like, it feels different now, I guess, but yeah, I don't know. Still digesting.
It's probably the look that he had when he was doing the crime. I mean, it's like Yoli said when she went, you know, to a court hearing of somebody that committed horrific acts. You know, you could. It's yeah. It's one of those things where it's like, yeah, you can kind of see it, you know. I just kind of like how I wanted to go over that other stuff again maybe in the future, but first we gotta figure out when we're gonna go over this because let it digest, but it won't take long to digest for me. I've already been digesting it live the last couple days already, and people are getting mad and leaving the show. But it is what it is. It is what it is. Yeah, it's wild. I don't know. We'll see. I'm not sure. Like I said, I'm gonna put out that zoomed version. That'll be out in about an hour and a half, maybe quicker. Look for that. And then I'm not sure if I'm going to go live. I really feel like if I do go live, it might be about a different topic. But if I'm not doing it tonight, I'm probably going to do it tomorrow night where we kind of go over, you know, and just kind of break everything down. And we'll have some people up on panel again, kind of going over it. I'm going to try and get a lot of the people that we've had on panel throughout the last couple of years. I'm going to try and reach out to them and see if any of them would be interested in hopping up for a show in the next day or two where we hang out on panel and kind of go through it. I think it's
that'll be good.
Yeah, I think it's I don't know. We just need to it'd be nice to have everybody's voice, you know what I'm saying, that has had a voice. It would be nice to have everybody's voice on this topic. And do me a favor, if you would like to, maybe what I can do is I can open up a part of the show as well, where I can like open up the panel and stuff too, and maybe even do some phone calls or stuff. Hell, maybe I'll even do that for a show, is just take your guys' live calls and hear what you have to say. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. It's shell shock. It's shell shock still. So. But reach out to me if anybody's interested. EvilleCJ@gmail.com, and then I'll kind of get all of the emails together and figure out what's best or whatever. But I think we should do that too.
Yeah.
Even if it's on a different show, let you guys call in or hang out on panel and let us know what you think too. So it's a big one.
Yeah, it is. And any morning shows you do, I'll be back as well with you.
Yeah. It's crazy. I mean, I was expecting to be covering this trial for the next
Me too.
4 months. That's what I was expecting this whole time. It just kept getting bumped back, and now it's kind of weird. Like, this one main goal of focus that I've had this whole time was being at the trial and reporting from it, and now
I know.
It's not even going to take place. So we were all riding in that car that went right off the damn road. It was like, damn. I was just hanging out in the back seat. I wasn't driving. So I'm like, what the hell just happened? But,
everything was like on track. There was a plan.
I mean, and it's like with the book too, like what that that's a different that's a different meaning now in a way too, you know what I mean? Like it's crazy. Like
yeah, but
like
I mean,
crazy.
I think a lot of it will stay the same. We'll have to do a few meetings about
the book.
Yeah.
Exactly. We all flew off that damn road, man. It was like a train wreck. Yeah. We were riding in the caboose. That's where we were riding. We were riding in the way back, and all of a sudden we walked out like, what the hell just took place?
I told you it felt like waking up in an alternate reality. Like it was because it was really early morning for me, and I just woke up and there was like people who have never imagined saying that he's guilty or like, hey, he's guilty. And then there's Howard Blum like, no, it's a cover up. I was just like, what happened? Maybe I should go back to sleep.
Well, yeah, with Bloom saying it was a cover up too. Like that was, I don't know.
Yeah.
I feel bad. I feel bad though. In the long run, as much as he holds the key to the answers to the family, he holds the key to the answers of what really took place and what didn't take place when it comes to all the speculation. And get ready for a wild ride where you're never going to have answers. And
yeah,
I don't even, as one that doesn't even care to even participate or even hang out in shows that do that, because there's shows that I just don't hang out in anymore. Just, where's CJ? Yeah, I just don't hang out in there anymore, man. I'm not even trying to listen to it, I'm not even trying to hear it or watch it. And just because it's discouraging at what some people will do for shortcuts
attention.
Or whatever. Yeah, attention. And it's just like there's a right way to do it, man. And it's gonna get wild out there. It's gonna get really fucking wild. And
yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I feel like I might change my mind back and forth a few times, but yeah, it's definitely gonna get wild. That's gonna happen.
Yep, it's gonna happen. You already see it with other cases where there's no answers and there's no,
resolution.
And the shit that is still breaking news. You know, it's just like, dude, just stop. You know, just stop.
Yeah, and I think that's something that's important with this case, like knowing when to stop. Like, I think it's going to wind down. It's not going to be something like, I know we'll carry on with the book, but it's not going to be something that people will talk about as much, and that's just the natural course of things, and that's the right way. Instead of clinging to the case when it's ending naturally, which is good.
What it is YouTube's become the new soap opera.
Yeah.
And the new soap opera and the Super Bowl commercials, you know. No, seriously, it's a soap opera or a Super Bowl commercial, because it's what is a soap opera? It's drama, it's emotions, it's tied into it. Oh my gosh, this person backstabbed that one. You know, it's the soap opera. It's the soap opera. And then you got the Super Bowl commercials. The commercials or the shows that are meant to give you the shock value, so you sit back and you go,
oh my goodness. Well done on that face.
I know, I should use it for my own thumbnail.
You should do it. That's a good one, yeah.
Yeah, I could do all sorts.
Screenshots, people.
So fucking cheesy. It's so fucking. That's why I said I'm never gonna do.
I would never. I would rather give up my channel than put myself on
cheesy. It's so damn cheesy, dude. It's so damn cheesy. But yeah, we'll talk about it. I don't know what's gonna happen tonight. I don't know. Look for the zoomed in version to come out in an hour and a half. Other than that, I don't know. If you don't get a notification, come check out the channel around 8 o'clock. If you don't get a notification, if I am gonna be live for a show, it'll be around 8 o'clock Central. I don't know. We'll see what happens. You know, who knows? Maybe there's gonna be a bunch of stuff that comes out, and we'll be back on in an hour and a half. I don't frickin' know. I have really no idea.
It could happen with this case. That really could happen. So we might see you soon.
I have no idea, but you can guarantee a zoomed in version, because we're gonna have to use that on the next live. And also, if you're interested, whether you're a creator or whether you're somebody in chat, reach out to me, EvilleCJ@gmail.com. I'll try and figure out a format, see if we need to do it in 2 shows, 1 show, what kind of, you know, if we'll do live calls, open panel, whatever. I think this is a day where I think, you know, everybody's voice should be heard, really, because we've all been invested in this together, no matter where we're at in the production. So I want to say thank you all for hanging out. Thanks for being with us this morning. Thank you, Rosie. Thank you, Yoli. And I can't wait to see you guys again when we break this down. And also, it's going to be time to start talking about some of these other cases too. Some of these other cases that I've been doing a lot of work on the whole time, even though we've been talking Idaho. We're going to be bringing up a lot of this other stuff too, that I've kind of have already done and prepped and ready to go, and just waiting for the opportunity. It just took up a lot of time with the court hearings and the documents and all of that stuff. I mean, constantly running behind the 8 ball when it comes to trying to catch up. But dude admitted it, dude pleaded. We're not going to entertain speculation and all the crazy ass shit like we never do. And I can bring some of this other stuff to you guys that we've been working on this whole time as well. So thank you all for being here. Thank you all for being a part of the community. And really, you know, these things happen in trials, and then you don't take part in the speculation and the drama and shit like that. There's some people that you might not see anymore for a while. So if this is the last time that we see each other, outside of that, well, I love you. I appreciate you. It was good to conversate with you, and nothing but blessings in the future. We're not tied to one person or one case, and so there's plenty of other things to bring out and bring attention to as well. I appreciate you guys. Love you.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you, everybody. What a crazy day, man. But at least it happened. At least it happened. We got to see this. What a scary ass face now. Love you guys.
Okay over there? Is your victim at the hospital? Someone shot there. Alright, the ET doesn't take pictures of the, is it domestic related? She's calling back. We're going to try to give her a call again, and then she just added another phone number to the 13-year-old grandson who's possibly with the daughter. That was it. There's crazy timelines calling it, but they have a female that are communicating. She's worth the same name. Detective 12, take the check coming out.